feel it before the game even begins. The noise, not pressure, electricity. A region that doesn't wait its turn, doesn't follow the script, where every match threatens to flip. Because here, nothing stays quiet. The pace is faster, the moments hit harder, and if you hesitate, someone else takes it. Anyone can break through, but not everyone can hold it. It's not just about the play, it's the next one, and the one after that. No guarantees, no safe paths, just opportunity for anyone ready to take it. Made for the stage, made for the moment, made for this.
Taking aim.
ここから再出発だ。あとは結果で見せる。
Chúng tôi đã từng gục ngã, nhưng mùa này chúng tôi sẽ bứt phá.
我们曾站上巅峰，如今正走在重返荣耀的路上。
CFO.
Đội tuyển này có một vị thế nhất định và chúng tôi ở đây để đưa GAM về vị trí vốn có.
我们证明过实力，再不是等。
俺らの実力が証明した。あと勝ち続けるだけだ。
我们一路奋战至此，现在就要把这趟征途彻底完成。
TSW.
Chúng tôi biết cái giá của người dẫn đầu, và giờ là lúc chứng minh điều đó cho cả thế giới.
Two v two side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown and first selection.
limitations. Give thanks to the haters and praise for the gracious. Make way for the greatness. Take hold of my wings with a leap of the faithless. Don't wait dedication. Put the work in now, this is my renaissance. With a little bit of class, with a little bit of fuss. Many men try, but they can't be me. With a little bit of trust, with a little bit of gruff. Many run blind, but they can't be seen. Take a little bit of grit, take a little bit of that. Take a little bit of this, take a little bit back. Let me see, stand down, let me hear you get loud. When you hear the word shout, my renaissance.
Must be my aura. Everybody follows my aura.
Style and flow, check my steez, amazing glow. Been through the highs and lows, now I'm the star of the show. Yeah. Check the memo, check the tempo. You know, you have to lock in and grow. This one's a natural flow. It's calm, tell them ring the alarm. They can't resist this charm. Got the whole world in my palm. Nothing can slow me down, you can't hold me down. I just hold my ground, I don't mess around. Cameras out when I step in town.
Aura, same code, no switch. I don't break, I don't split. I've been built for this. Aura.
You feel it before the game even begins. The noise. Not pressure, electricity. A region that doesn't wait its turn, doesn't follow the script, where every match threatens to flip. Because here, nothing stays quiet. The pace is faster, the moments hit harder, and if you hesitate, someone else takes it. Anyone can break through, but not everyone can hold it. It's not just about the play, it's the next one, and the one after that. No guarantees, no safe paths, just opportunity for anyone ready to take it. Made for the stage, made for the moment, made for this.
"2v2 Side Selection Showdown." Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills, or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes, and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown. And first selection.
And welcome back to the LCP Split 2 2026. I'm your host, Logan, and I'm joined by our co-caster, Carrix. How you doing, mate?
Not bad at all. I'm happy to be back for a big night of LCP.
Yes, and a big night of LCP indeed. We have some CFO, some SHG, some Team Secret Whales, but before we get to that and we talk more about those later games, let's take a quick recap of day one. Looking at the results of last night, we can see that some of these teams, they are in fine form here, Carrix. Why don't you take us through these results?
Well, you know, I was talking before the games went live yesterday, and the predictions were pretty easy. You know, Ground Zero looked really good, 2-0 over DFM, makes sense. And then, of course, Relove DCG would come in and, oh, hang on a second. MVK, new roster, is actually just sick?
Yeah, I think the new roster really had a point to prove, and they came out swinging. We were talking about how Ground Zero had a statement series, but MVK, I would argue, that has bigger repercussions for the entire ladder. Ground Zero finds himself in first, MVK second. The rest of the teams who haven't played tonight but will be tonight, so GAM, Team Secret, SoftBank Hawks, and Oysters, they're all tied third, but Relove DCG find themselves in an unfamiliar position. Carricks, they're down there 7th on the ladder.
Yeah, look, it's not the start they want. This is a team that obviously was in the finals against Team Secret. Wales finished 2nd on the ladder. They need to bounce back, but let's focus on today. Because as you said, everyone else has to start their split and start it the way they want it to continue. CFO versus the SoftBank Hawks are first off the rank. Where do we think this one's going to go?
Yeah, look, so they put predictions out over on the LCP Twitter. If you want to check that out, all of the talent, they get to put predictions up. And I'm the only person who's actually backed CFO in. I've marked them down for a 2-0 over SHG, despite SHG being the 3rd best team of our Split 1 Carricks. But what are your thoughts? How do you see this best of 3 going tonight?
I actually predicted CFO as well. I didn't get posted on Twitter because apparently I'm not cool enough, but I said it elsewhere. I also predicted CFO. I do actually think they have the highest ceiling. Last split, the Hawks went on a really, really good playoff run, but their regular split was not super impressive. They did come in that 6th slot to playoffs to make that run. I think CFO will hit the ground running here.
Yeah, definitely. I think SHG shocked a lot of people. They did scrape it in because MVK lost to GZ there, but then they had some upset wins early in that playoffs and made that deep, deep run. So I'm very excited for them. But CFO, it is the same roster from Split 1 as well. There are no changes. So one thing I'm looking for here, Carricks, is an improvement in communications, because it felt like it was a little bit disjointed in Split 1, but a team that is not looking disjointed is this SoftBank Hawks gaming side with the veteran Evie in that top lane.
Yeah, look, the SoftBank Hawks kind of proved a lot of the doubters wrong with that playoff run. I think a lot of people wrote them off, said that, you know, they're the 6th best team in an 8-team region. But clearly, that's not all that this team is. They did have a really, really good run. As you said, Evie was leading the team from inside a cage, as you've seen the pictures. I love Evie. He's got such a personality. He's so much fun. But also, yeah, Marble as well has been incredible.
Yeah, Marble has just been such a strong AD, and as you said, Evie over on socials posted himself like training with the team inside like some kind of cage, so you can check that out. But Van, Aria as well, and 2274 from CTBC Oysters, they're kind of all been practicing all split long. So it will be interesting to see if SHG can maintain the form they ended split 1 on. But we can check that out in our upcoming head-to-head graphic between the top laners here.
Yeah, this matchup is going to tell us a lot. Rest is obviously someone that's been around for a huge amount of time, has been a big part of CFO, and the exact same can be said for Evie, a real titan of the LJL, and it's really close between them. Every stat here is almost like within margin of error. It's an almost identical champion pool. It's only 1 or 2 champions different. It's hard to call this one.
Yeah, for sure. Both veterans, both stable anchors, as we've said previously about Rest and definitely about Evie. And as you were saying a little earlier that I really, really like about Evie, but that, yeah, kill percentage is nearly identical, is whenever the camera pans over to Evie, he's always ready to give his trademark thumbs up and smile, but also to the point of the champions. In these top 5 picks, there's literally only one difference. Zahen for Evie and Rek'Sai for Rest there. So it speaks to this sort of traditional, very tanky, I will frontline for the team that they both play. But I have also seen them, you know, sample other top laners like a Gwen, for instance. We've seen them both get that Gwen in the back lines and be absolute menaces. So I'll be looking for some interesting takes. But Carricks, last night we were talking about the meta. We know my thoughts. We know Pike's thoughts. How do you think this game is going to shake out? Do you think there will be any big changes to the meta here tonight or not?
Look, I don't think these are necessarily the teams to really break the meta. I think the way that both CFO and SoftBank Hawks look good is playing the standard and just playing it really well. Obviously, Evie has some pocket picks. He always just can pick Urgot. He's just incredible on that champion, even though it's not super strong at the moment. Not that I necessarily think he will, because Urgot's not in a great place. I wouldn't expect anything super out of the box from these teams because, as I said, I think these teams play the meta. They just play it really well.
Yeah, and speaking of teams that like cook in the kitchen and change up the meta, we did see it in MVK last night when they took that victory, when they had that Annie on the bot side who really disrupted the game plan of their opponents and kind of got them over the line, I want to say, with that absolute domination. But we do see here the camera is on Evie. We're kind of waiting. We're kind of hoping for that traditional thumbs up we get, but he feels like he's locked in. He's talking to the team. He's ready to go. The representatives from the LJL who have kept that same roster, that same energy they want to bring here into Split 2, but things that aren't the same that I am looking forward to here, Carrix. We have new walk-ons. So the teams actually walk through the LCP arena, through the crowds, which is like such a fantastic engaging tool. So we'll get to see that soon. But also the coach comms, Carrix. Last split, we would see that they had the coach comms, but this split will actually get the voice, which is pretty cool, I think.
It is pretty exciting to know what the coaches are talking about, where they want their players to go, because it's always the question of when you use the coach comms, are you actually calling the next play, or are you just getting everyone like, calm down, focus up, don't worry? I think there's always a little bit of a back and forth of like, should the coach actually chime in and say like, here's how we're going to do a Baron setup? Or should they leave that to sort of the captains, the in-game leaders? I'm really curious to see, particularly Chorwy over on CFO's side, is this really storied, incredibly he's got so much personality. I love Chorwy. He's one of my favorite guys in the scene. So I'm keen to hear from him.
Yeah, 100%. The thing is, obviously, unless I've learnt Japanese overnight, I'm probably going to struggle to understand what they are saying. But you can get it off the energy, the vibe, the tempo of what they're saying. Even last night when they did cut to coach comms, you could say they were going kind of just energizing them in those moments. It was like that kind of frenetic, nearly shot calling coming out of those coaches, I would imagine. But as you say, the timing of the coach comms could come through. They have that top-down perspective. They're not in the game. Their heart rate is a little bit lower. They can see things you can't and go, how about we try this? We've got this lead. We need to push it home. That mid lane advantage. Where can we push, get that objective? So we will see. But Carrix, before we go to the fist bump, what is your predictions here for tonight's first best of 3? I know we talked about CFO and SHG, but how do you think it's going to go? 2-0, 2-1?
I think it'll be 2-1. I have faith that the Hawks will get something working. We'll get it going. But as I said, I just think CFO is going to hit the ground running a little bit better early in the split.
Yeah, I definitely think they've had enough time to sort of scrim and practice through the off season. I really think they've had the opportunity to work on those communication difficulties that they openly acknowledged and talked about in Split 1 here too. I personally think it's also going to be a 2-1. I always love to see the best of threes go to 3 games. I always hope that the other team is going to get a win as well here, Carrix. But before we get into these games, we get to see these new hype edits and trailers here with the Riot Fist Bump.
Feel it before the game even begins. The noise, not pressure, electricity. A region that doesn't wait its turn, doesn't follow the script, where every match threatens to flip. Because here, nothing stays quiet. moments hit harder, and if you hesitate, someone else takes it. Anyone can break through, but not everyone can hold it. It's not just about the play, it's the next one, and the one after that. No guarantees, no safe paths, just opportunity for anyone ready to take it. Made for the stage, made for the moment, made for this.
What a serene scene we see here before us, Carricks. It is the calm before the storm that will be tonight's best of three between CFO and MVK Esports, Carricks. I'm excited. I know you are excited as we are about to get this new player walk-on that has so much awesome potential for fan engagement.
Yeah, it is really fun, of course, see them coming through, really reward the fans that do get out to the arena. Of course, if you are in that part of the world, you should make an effort to get out there. It's a really, really good time, and I can't wait to do it myself, though it is a bit of a flight. We'll get there. But here is CFO coming onto the stage.
Yeah, I do love that we get this glimpse of the LCP arena as well, due to those adjusted times, because Riot has really been listening to the community. Last split, we were starting our broadcast 3 hours earlier, which had a positive uptick for the English side, but sort of a negative for the non-English speaking side. So they're catering to their audience here. And I really love these new times because more people can get to the LCP arena. It already looks so much fuller. And because there's more fans and because of these player engagement, it's going to create that bond with the community so much more effectively. Evie here though, fist bumping everybody from SHG, fist bumping everyone. They're making sure they're not missing a single person as we get the very, very charismatic thumbs up. You do love to see it. And like you said, Carricks, one day I will get to the LCP arena and I will sit in those seats myself and get to enjoy this quality gaming that the LCP has to offer.
It sure is quality. The highest of qualities is what we expect here. And I really do think this is an important series for both of these teams. I think this is a really split-defining match, even though it sounds weird to say that for their first match. You know, sometimes you just stumble a little bit on the first day. But these teams, particularly the SoftBank Hawks, they had that amazing playoffs run. They do need to continue that to show that it wasn't just a flash in the pan.
Yeah, but speaking of flashes, which is that fantastic summoner spell, I say it goes on D. Some people say it goes on F. We are about to go into our 2v2 matchup. Now, this 2v2 matchup is something that the LCP loves. I have to say, as a fan of just watching these players get onto the Howling Abyss, we get to see that kind of little skirmish, those unusual picks, those unusual duos that you're not really used to. But this decides first selection. First team to 2 kills wins, or first team to destroy a turret wins, or in, you know, sudden death at the 7-minute mark, first team to get the kill wins the right of first selection. So they can either pick red side, blue side and give the pick over to their opponent, or they can pick their picks and bans. We do go, though, Carricks, to the picks and bans for our 2v2.
Yeah, always fun getting a little bit of a warm-up, letting the players sort of have a little bit of fun before the match really starts. Of course, we do have to point out, once you pick a champion, it is gone for the whole split. It is full split fearless for the 2v2s.
Which I absolutely love. Like, it's just, I don't know, they went fearless, we can do fearless extreme mode. It's going to last all split. And, you know, last night we got to see Riven Varus absolutely stomp in like under 10 or 15 seconds. But now we won't get to see that team do it again. But it doesn't mean other teams can't, as Pantheon and Tahm Kench have been banned away. And Pantheon just gets banned again here, Carricks. No one wants Pantheon.
Yeah, Pantheon in 1v1s and like 2v2s is like a little bit unfair. Point and click stuns go kind of hard, particularly when the champion is tuned as strong as Pantheon is at the moment. Darius and Tahm Kench, of course, just typical 1v1, 2v2 bullies. So I'm curious to see where they will go. But let's sort of expand on it while we watch them pick it in. If if you're the winner of this 2v2, where do you think you're going?
Yeah, look, we were talking about it last night, how the LCP so heavily favors that sort of second pick so that they can get that priority in those 2 roles instead of going first pick, because you only get that priority in the 1 role, right? So there's a lot of power to be had in second pick. And then I guess it depends on the team that you are. For example, Relove DCG, they love jungle objectives. So typically they're going to pick the side that prefers that dragon pit because there's more of those objectives. There's more of that chance to stack those dragons up and get that soul. But again, team preferences, GAM, they love a good red side.
That they do. So I think red side, sort of the in the draft at least. God, it's actually still hard in my head not to say blue side meaning first pick, but of course that's not what it means anymore. Yeah. But onto the Rift we go. Cogmore Sejuani, that's hilarious. It's the pug rider and the pug.
Yeah, like they clearly had to coordinate those skills. Did you see the shark emote as well?
I did. Of course, new April Fool skin for Shadow, one of the better ones. I love the April Fool skin so much.
I love that they do it, right? It's just like a little bit of silliness that, you know, they don't have to do, but they want to because it's fun and for the fans. As we're in kind of like a little tense standoff here, SHG know that CFO are in those bushes. They don't want to walk up until the wave is here.
Ooh, a bit of a trade there. Just a bit of damage onto Shadow, having to flash away. Not super easy to walk into a Varus and Nivea.
Yeah, I mean, I did get the barrier out kind of early there from the Varus, so well done to protect and, like, buffer the damage that was about to come through. It was a good engage from Shadow. I think they definitely won the trade. They're still a bit healthier. Vista does have the electrocute, so if they get the combo, they get a little extra proc of damage. The wall going down. Oh, good dodge there from Rest.
Yeah, not bad at all. Still just need to play around the range. It's going to be hard for Shadow to do much before level 6, but a big Sejuani ult will definitely turn things around. This is a bit more tense than last night's.
Yeah, no, definitely it's more standoffish. There's no exploding onto the rift right now. Whereas last night it was just, we are going to absolutely Giga Stomp immediately. These two, they're playing a much more patient game. I mean, SHG, they've crashed this big wave. Oh, Shadow goes in.
Yeah, Vista in some trouble, will get put into the egg. Can they scramble it, or can Van One peel them off? Van One's going to do a good job on that, trying to turn around onto Rest, flashing away. 1 for 1. The Nivea passive getting massive value here, but Shadow wants to charge on forward, lands the charge. A lovely wall from Vista. Oh no, the snowball. And in we go, the Pugs have it.
The Pugs take the night, Carrix. It was absolutely the skin buff. They matched the fits. They were feeling fresh and fire as CFO first pick and SHG secure themselves blue side with the options left available to them. What fun. I am just such a fan of this 2v2 matchup. It lets them be silly. It lets them show off a bit. Vista on the Anivia using those walls, but we see Chorwi, the head coach, and Wulala, the other coach here as well for CFO, the strategic masterminds behind the drafts that we get to see brought on to Summoner's Rift here, Carrix.
It'll be really interesting where we do go. Of course, that's the great thing about these early days of a split is we get to see the teams sort of set their meta. We don't really have a huge amount. We've got 2 series, obviously, of information, but we don't know what these 2 teams want to do, where their coaches think the strength lies. As we are just moments away from our first draft of the night.
Look, I love a good draft. I've said it before, I'll say it again. The sort of drafting phase, the picks and bans, is one of my most favorite elements of League of Legends, right? It's that kind of dance across opponents before you even get on the rift. It's like, I've got this pick. What are you going to counter it with? Is this going to be a dive composition? Is this going to be a standard back and back to front? You know, we're going to throw the tanks in the front and have the back line and protect them. It's that strategy. It's that almost chess game, but League of Legends characters, as we do wait for this draft to come through. Now, we were talking before, we both kind of expect this to go 2-1 in CFO's favor, but obviously a lot of people are expecting SHG to win as well. So if we need to talk about that SHG win, do you think that will be a 2-1?
That's actually a really interesting question, because actually I don't. I think if SHG are going to win, it will be a 2-0, because if that form that they showed in playoffs is actually just their regular season form now, I think they are a very, very strong team, and I think they actually should be able to run away with it. So yeah, I do think if CFO picks up a game, I favour them to win the series, but if SHG sort of just runs it in game one, we might be looking at a quick 2-0.
For sure, but before we can even get to those match results, which we are talking about, we are in the draft. So CFO, they have already banned Akali, that powerful mid laner that Arya has piloted so effectively. And if you remember in the LCP of Split 1, Arya is also a very effective Ahri. So it will be interesting to see if they ban that away. But an Azir as well. Now, we were talking about this one last night, Carrix. Azir did get buffed coming into first stand, so his ban and pick priority has gone up.
Yeah, somehow the champion needed to get even stronger, the perennial bird of pro play, but I don't know, I play him a lot in Riftbound, so I guess I can't complain. This is a pretty interesting ban phase so far. I do think the Akali taken away shows the focus onto Arya, but it's just the Seraphine getting slammed here.
Yeah, absolutely. That priority onto that Seraphine is very, very interesting. We did see it piloted effectively in the early game last night, but the Zeri Yumi combo did ultimately prove, in combination with Nocturne, to be overwhelming here. But I would like to point out in those bans, there are 4 mid laners banned here: the Orianna, the Ryze, the Azir, and Akali. So a lot of attacks toward Peng Yung and Arya here. Their champ pool's already under a little bit of pressure, but it is only game 1. They still have quite a few options available to them. That Karma has absolutely risen in ban priority too, because she complements Ezreal so nicely. And I like the Rumble ban because it breaks up that Rumble into Cassante dichotomy that we have been seeing so much of. But SHG using that red sort of pick here, getting the 2 priorities that they wanted in the jungle with J4, and AD carry Marble securing Varus.
Yeah, it is interesting to ban away the Karma. You sort of know that you're going to give up the Seraphine in that scenario. It's sort of those are the 2 big strong lane enchanters at the moment. Ezreal snapped up as well for Doggo. CFO is putting together a very good team comp so far.
Yeah, look, I do love Doggo on Ezreal. It's almost hard to find an AD carry that you don't love Doggo on. And we all saw it last year, Doggo on that Draven. I would love to see him absolutely rip that in one game here in the LCP, maybe in the early part of the season, just to, you know, as like a fan appeasement, if you will. But Arya was hovering that Bard, which has been so heavily banned away here in the LCP, but locks in the Nautilus. So Nautilus is going to be the support for that Varus, providing that sort of long-range hook engage, that CC, the depth charge, the dredge line, and the protection that highly immobile Varus almost relies on here, Carrix.
Yeah, it is pretty bold to pick the Nautilus into a Seraphine Ezreal lane. That's not going to be a fun lane. Going as the melee support into a lot of poke, a lot of range will be really great in those early skirmishes around Dragon and that, but it is going to be on Vista to not get really slapped around in the lane itself. And also, he just needs to roam. He just needs to leave that lane, honestly, to try and force the Ezreal Varus 1v1.
Yeah, I think we saw it last night when Feng got caught out on that Varus by Ezreal that was chasing him down. I believe it was Haki, and he just was able to avoid that Q poke, was able to avoid the chains of corruption so very nicely. It's like a hyper mobile AD into almost the least mobile AD carry. So yeah, it will be interesting how that 1v1 plays out. But Xin Zhao has been picked up for CFO. a very strong jungler, that skirmisher, able to crescent guard and repel that J4 when they do cataclysm or try and come in to that back line. But you've got to land it first onto Doggo on that Ezreal, and he is a menace. But I do love this ban coming out here. Mel has risen in priority significantly. Now that the LCP has come to grips with her and they know what she's capable of, they are using her as that sort of mid lane powerhouse a lot more. She's able to put that pressure down from a safe distance, Carrix.
Yeah, Mel is a champion that sort of has risen in priority since her sort of mini rework all around the world, but it is going to be Arya getting Ari. This is a champion he has been an absolute menace on for who knows how long, honestly. This is, you know, it's not a coincidence that Arya and Ari sound so similar, if you ask me. And Zoe picked to counter. Okay.
I do love this pick. It's an interesting and unusual pick. Obviously, Ari, with her mobility, will be a little bit harder to lock down. But if that sleepy trouble bubble lands, no amount of mobility will save you. You are a sitting duck to get absolutely sniped by Zoe as crikey Carrix. It's Renekton on that top side for CFO. That's one of those top laners that Rest is known for.
And I really like this because in the 3v3 skirmish of your top jungle mid, this is a really great combo. You mentioned that, oh, you know, Zoe might struggle hitting the bubble onto an Ahri, and that's true until the Ahri gets clicked on by a Renekton. Once the W lands from the Renekton, it's actually pretty easy to hit that bubble. So I like this from CFO. I think they've got a really strong early skirmish. You can also... Ezreal is just happy to be left alone in lane. You can make these big plays. You can move the Seraphine up. I like a lot what CFO's done here.
Yeah, it's a good composition from CFO. They've got the front line, they've got the bruiser, that mid lane AP, that very mobile AD carry, and that enchantress support with Seraphine, that powerful encore that cannot be rebutted here. So if they get it off, it will land onto SHG. They can't reflect it. But Cassante and J4 are no slouches themselves. They have a little bit of a tankier front line because they have Nautilus instead of that Seraphine, and a little bit more CC more often because of that pick. So I'm looking forward to how these two teams are going to sort of do that dance. Who's going to pull the trigger first? This is SHG. If you recall, in my opinion, they are the masters of utilizing that Baron from that 20-minute mark to get the opposing team to come into them, waste their resources, then back off and go the Baron again once the opposing team has stepped away. So if we see that continue, I'll be interested to see how CFO answers that sort of tug of war.
Yeah, it is going to be really interesting. And again, this is both teams' first outings of the split. We have to see where their focus has been in the off-season as we roll on to Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, game one of tonight's best of three series between SHG and CFO Carrix. It is only day 2 of the LCP Split 2, and we are going to get every single team having played before the night is out, which I really, really love. And here, speaking of things I love, is the skins. Oh, you got any favorites?
I have to look at what everyone's playing. I do like that it's the Warring Kingdoms matchup in the jungle. That's fun.
Yeah, true. And I always love that Risen Legend Ahri skin too. It's not the tier 1, it's the tier 2. It's a little less flashy, a little more humble, but it still has that, you know, beautiful sort of gold, white, red accents to it. But as you can see here in the graphic, we have multiple 100 club gamers here. Doggo, Histo, D-Ray, Eddie, and Kiaya. Well done. I love it. The LCP, we've been going for quite a while now, Carrix.
Yeah, it really has been a while since this region all came together. We kind of made the Southeast Asian super region, and it's been so much fun the entire time. But looking at the lane, I sort of touched on how it's not fun to play a melee support into this matchup, and we're seeing why.
Yeah, for sure. But one last thing there too, the support item penalty removed, so it no longer reduces gold on minion kills. But Shyvana, in sort of the off-season, Shyvana did get a rework. She hit the rift very, very powerfully and was kind of adjusted downwards. So it will be interesting to see if the LCP professionals decide she's worth running here or not.
I want to save that. I do want to talk about Shyvana, but I want to do it in Series 2. VCS fans, you know why we're saving it for Series 2. Trust me, I've got a lot to say, but it's got to be in Series 2.
Okay, and that is going to be held for Series 2 then. But as you were saying, there is some advantages to be had in these sort of bot sides too. Doggo, with that poke and that mobility, is able to get the poke down onto Marble a little better at the moment, as we do see these trades going heavily in the favor of CFO, and that top side scuffle, the usual. But the junglers, let's take a look. They're both in their bot sides with a lot of pings coming down there. It looks like they want Shadow to come down and maybe try and dive this bot side tier 1 turret.
And I think it makes a lot of sense. You are going to be able to push this in. The Varus doesn't really have great counterplay to the dive. But, a hook landing onto Doggo, I actually think this damage will put off any move that maybe Shadow was thinking of. Yeah, it's just going to be resets here on the bot side.
Yeah, I do like that 2274 was ready and willing to like cancel that recall to protect their AD. I mean, you've got to, honestly. Peng Yung has sent Arya home. Arya has recalled and picked up a couple of items. And just speaking to the summoner's spells here too, Arya has foregone that classic teleport that you see in the middle and picked up that cleanse instead, respecting that sleepy trouble bubble that Zoe can put down. But I also think it has to work into the stuns that Rest is able to put down. Evie, however, does spot out Shadow, that nice deep ward, and it's going to save him from an early roam from the jungler of CFO.
Yeah, I think you do have to go cleanse on Ari here. You just have to be able to counterplay either an E flash from Pangyon or the flash W from Rest. You just have to sort of eat that one a little bit, as Rest is getting pushed around a little bit here by Evie.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell Evie's still feeling himself. He's like nearly 10 CS up there in that top side. He is pushing Rest up under that turret. Both recalled and both are already teleporting to their lane. This is the fastest like action you'll see with the top laners. Simultaneous recall, simultaneous teleport carries, but it is 15 seconds until the Drake is up, and SHG, they have priority on this bot side right now.
They do. It'll be interesting to see if they go towards the Drake super early. I think where the wave is being held for CFO is pretty comfortable. Arya as well getting chunked out. Taking it just a little bit low, did eat one of those sleepy trouble bubbles from Pangyon. And all out on the top side, answered with a Dominus. Rest on the run, but can't fight this Cassante. Evie really taking it to him.
Yeah, Rest also gets that ward down because he's concerned that there might be a gank coming. That All Out has now run out as well. I love this though, the aggression from both of these top laners. The moment they got their ultimates, they both let it rip. The fight's not done.
No, it's not. It's still trading back and forth. We go down to the bot side where Shadow has shown his face. Lands the wind becomes lightning, but they sniff out a Jarvan and don't continue the play.
Yeah, Van One read that play, came down in that bot side at the right time. Both junglers in the area. Shadow going to get that scuttle crab, but Rest is not having a good time in this top side. Evie is just running it right now. 10 CS advantage, and he's managing these waves very, very well, preventing Rest from getting in and last hitting with the CS. But CFO, they're proving that they want this jungle dragon first, this jungle objective. They know the ward is there. They've said, we don't care. We have all the priority in the world. Your bot lane isn't there. But Van One might be wanting to take a look here as Vista's rotating
I think
too.
they've overcooked. They overcooked a little bit here. Doggo was on a reset timing, and since they were on top of a ward, SHG just had all of the information. So now they've turned it around. A hook lands onto Shadow. SHG just move in. I think they'll be able to burst the dragon and steal this one away. Shadow will go in, takes it away with the smite, moves in immediately, will get blown up, trades his life. They turn around onto 2274. Oh, Pangyon way too far forward, hooked, knocked up, will be trying desperately to get one back, but can't. It's an absolute disaster for CFO.
Yeah, look, CFO said, thanks for the leash, we'll grab the Drake, and SHG said, you can have it, we'll take the team fight. 3-0 in the favor of SHG. They secure themselves that first blood bounty as well, so that's a little extra pocket of cash. And look, that gold went in all rest. That gold went in the hands of all the right people. The jungler, the mid laner, and your AD carry, they're going to be a little bit more accelerated than their counterparts. A couple of hundred gold, and sometimes that's all the difference, carries. As we see here, you know, Vista gets that hook onto Shadow, and neither of them decide to follow up here. SHG, they have the numbers. Arya rotates first, but Shadow just goes in. He times his smite fantastically, but I think he had to know that he was going to go down. He popped that Crescent Guard immediately to try and buy himself some time, and Van won here, flashing over the wall, forcing Pangyung to flash with him, and dodged down instead of up. Absolutely saved him, and just a 3-0 wash there. SHG, they've got to be happy with that.
They absolutely do, and I feel like, look, maybe I'm back, some sort of Monday night quarterbacking a little bit too much, but it looked a little bit like the communication issues there for CFO. Because I feel like the call was just Shadow saying, I'm just going to go, I'm going to steal it and I'll die. That's like, whatever, I'll die. Maybe I one-shot someone, I'm Xin Zhao. But you don't need to throw everyone else in, particularly Pangyon, like walked down from mid lane when the fight was already over. The dragon already been stolen. Shadow was already dead. Why are you there? Just walk away.
Yeah, SHG did have more numbers in the area, and they had more numbers earlier, so it was a little bit of a broken fight. As we do cut back to that top side skirmish between Rest and Evie. Evie maintaining that sort of approximate 10 CS lead, but down on the bot side, you know, Doggo has a small CS lead over Marble. He's trying to keep his... Oh, Vista, that was a miss and a half. Point blank range. Yeah, Marble obviously TPing in. Vista thought, if I can lock him down here and now, Marble will follow up, maybe Chains of Corruption, and we can see him down, but Doggo too quick for that, and Vista, I think, predicted the wrong direction there. It had to be a predict hook, in my opinion, Carrix.
Yeah, sometimes you just when you guess, if you get it right, you look really, really cool. But when you get it wrong, you look really silly. That is unfortunately the curse that all hook supports must bear. As Doggo does need to back off here, the Nautilus ult will force him backwards, but the reinforcements dissuade any dive.
Yeah, this was a sort of an elongated, I want to say, like, skirmish kerfuffle here. They really wanted to get Doggo. Doggo played that super safe and at maximum range as SHG brought more members to bear and lost themselves a bit of priority. Pangyung just walks out of the way of Arya's charm. Arya ulting forward, just getting a bit aggressive. Encore goes out.
Oh, lovely Vista. Really good there. That was buffered the hook so that he didn't move backwards with the charm.
Yeah, absolutely well done. Great call. An interesting interaction. And it was so quick, Carrix, that if you blinked, you were probably going to miss it. But as you said, that encore went out, which normally charms you back towards that Seraphine. But because that hook went out before the encore landed, it actually prevented that call back to Seraphine. So really heads up, quick response from Vista. I don't think it would have been a kill, but
no, I don't think so either, but
guaranteed it was going to... Yeah, definitely. Well, yeah, but it like guaranteed that it wouldn't be a kill. Like it made it, instead of a 1% chance, a 0% chance, you know? It's like, I gotta do this. But we take a quick look in the jungle there, and Shadow is 20 CS up.
He is. Van is playing Jarvan. Has his Sundered Sky. Currently, that 20 CS lead is not really manifesting. They're sort of just at the same place in their build. Jarvan as well is a champion that can fall behind and not be too worried about it. Like, doesn't actually matter how much damage the Cataclysm does. It still puts the walls up, you know?
Yeah, it's more about the utility
Shadow can put the
of it,
carry pants on.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that Crescent Guard, that team fighting that it can bring is absolutely, as you say, a carry tool potential there. But both of these teams, I mean, Evie is proxying and now Rest is going to counter proxy too? What is happening in this top side?
Well, I think this is a really heads-up call here by Evie. He can't really kill the Renekton, just because the Renekton's a bit too slippery. We'll have to come back to it. It's the Dragon, half health, both junglers on top of it. Van 1 getting chunked out. Crescent Guard is used. EQ away will give the jungle objective over. Aria trades onto 2274, and now it's on CFO to try and evacuate, but a lovely charm out of Aria brings Shadow back. He has to flash away. It's now Rest in the middle of 3. Culls the weak, but has to run. Should be taken down. Another charm landing. And it's a kill on the backside as well. It's 3 going down for the Dragon. Deja vu.
Yeah, literally exactly the same fight that occurred around the first Drake just happened around the second Drake. CFO, yes, they secure themselves the Drake, but at what cost? They hand another 3 kills over. This time, Evie nets himself 1 as we do go back to this fight. CFO, they got here first. They've got the vision control. They've got the numbers. Aria just trying to poke his way in. And SHG, they come from the bot side too. It's like a classic pincer maneuver as 2274 forced to flash away early, and SHG, they just play this so clean, going over the walls, kiting Rest out. It feels like Rest doesn't know where he wants to go as he's left isolated, and over on the top side, SHG forced the rest of CFO out. Again, so far, I know we're only 13 minutes in and it's been a whole split and a break, but those communication issues, it seems like they're still there. I would love if we could like get an interview with Chorley sometime to see if that's what they're seeing right now. Obviously, I've got to cool my jets right here, Carix. It's only game 1, day 1.
Yeah.
But
I sort of, this is what I was talking about when you sort of said, if SHG wins, what's it going to look like? And I think it's going to look a lot like this. They are just really linked up. Aria in that fight, I sort of was counting during the replay. There were 4 charms, all of them landed, and all of them were, none of them were like sort of junk charms on someone that was already dead. They all actually really mattered. This Ari maybe isn't something you can let him play.
Yeah, I mean, we did see how effective he was in Split 1 on it, and he's doing it again here in Split 2. Obviously, so many bans were already committed to that mid lane, but maybe they needed to commit even more here because Aria has got hands. He has been practicing this Ari for the longest time, and it just looks like he's getting better and better. 2274 has rotated around in that mid lane, gets that ward down, just lets SHG know he has vision, but the bot side scuffle between these top laners, it's broken out again. A lot of pings going down on the bot side though, Carix. It looks like CFO, they want to make a play. They have to get some kills onto the board and get some pressure.
But I don't think we can play into this Cassante. Evie is actually really ahead in this matchup. It's about 1,000 gold, which means he's already completed that first item and has a Bramble Vest. He's immortal.
Yeah, definitely in the 1v1 matchup with Renekton as Vista has rotated top, Carix.
Nautilus ult goes into the charm, easy as can be. Aria moves up to 304, 100% kill participation on this mid laner.
Yeah, just a beautiful layering of CC and juggling of aggro there as well. Vista walked in and ulted. Aria still had the turret aggro, which meant that Vista didn't take more damage than he needed to, right? So the moment Vista had that aggro, Aria dove back in, hit the charm off the end of that depth charge, so just extended that CC and was able to finish the job, secure themselves that kill, and there was nothing Peng Yung could do about it. Right now, unfortunately, Peng Yung is 0-3-0. This mid laner is not having the best time on this Zoe here, Carix. As SHG's March, this feels like a very accelerated game for them. Normally, they sort of, we said it before, they normally do the death by 1,000 cuts, but this is just, we're winning.
Yeah, I think they're just winning pretty much every matchup. I thought that maybe bot lane would sort of be the saving grace for CFO, but unfortunately the rest of the map has melted away to where you can't roam the Seraphine around, leave the Ezreal on his own to farm, because the rest of the map is so weak that you just lose that 4v4. It's a real problem here for CFO. They're 5k down at just coming up on 17 minutes. They're going to lose another tower here. Aria is fed out of his mind, 2,000 gold ahead in the matchup. Marble is really ahead. I think this is just dominant for SHG.
Yeah, look, right now their team fighting is definitely on another level compared to CFO, and I think this is something that we saw in Split 1 as well with those communication difficulties. CFO weren't able to kind of put together these team fights, and SHG, it feels like they're taking full advantage of this here because every single win matters. Every win nets you those championship points, which are added up at the end as they crack that mid-tier 1 essentially for free and uncontested here. 3 members of SHG were in the area. They have that priority. They get that third Drake of the game and prevent CFO's dragon stacking, and it is an ocean, so they get that 2% health every 5 seconds, which is kind of like a nice little sustainability increase. And I have to say, it's going to be difficult for CFO to find their way back into this with a 6k gold deficit at nearly the 18-minute mark.
It requires some fairly major mistakes from SHG. CFO is not out of it by any means. The mistakes can still happen. They still have a composition that if Aria walks through in an area where they've got water that he doesn't realize, if Marble gets caught, you do still die to a Renekton W into the trouble bubble, into the follow-up. That still is a possibility, but again, it just requires SHG being over-aggressive and silly in ways that they don't have to. There's no reason to play super aggressive. You just wait for the next dragon, you wait for Baron, you just do the setup, you play it super safe.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of safety, I mean, SHG even has the numbers here, and they saw that Shadow was on the... Oh, Smite Bite, and Van 1 wins it! But SHG, they saw that Shadow was there, and they started backing off. They had the numbers there, and they didn't want to pick the fight. They just wanted to go for that Smite Bite. They won it, and then they backed off. But as you say, Evie, nearly unkillable, has also secured those Mercury treads to get that little bit of MR, as well as that reduction in time that CC stays on him at the moment. Oh, good Chains of Corruption.
Shadow does manage to use that Crescent Guard and the Flash to get away, but resources just being burned. Shadow now doesn't have great backline access without the Flash, or rather he can get in, can't get out very well on the Zhao. Evie still just pushing Rest in, is still just growing this lead on the Cassante, just constantly has priority. This Renekton has been rendered really, really ineffective.
Yeah, but admittedly to Rest's credit though, he has caught up in the CS differential. Evie did have at one stage a 20 CS advantage, but I think that's because Evie has been able to roam as he just locks in his second item here, and it is a full anti-heal armor item. It doesn't feel like Rest is actually going to be able to even try and 1v1 into Evie as Marble just gets some poke down, but the Baron is on the Rift and the next Drake is up in 2.5 minutes. SHG, they currently have control of the Rift. Their waves are pushed up. They're in CFO's territory and they are comfortable and confident in this area right now. They have control of the jungle, vision, and push.
Yeah, they absolutely do, as we see Aria just taking down the plates on this inner tower, getting even further ahead. Rest is trying to clear the wave, but doesn't really have any help coming. And as I said, SHG just doesn't... Oh god, Aria is so good on this pick. Really can't give it to him. I think it's a bit of a mistake, but the game is not over. But what I was trying to say is, what SHG needs to do is, the map is completely dark here for CFO. You need to let them make the mistake. They don't need to play aggressive here. Just let CFO make the mistake.
For sure, like they can play their own game at their own pace in their own time, which is what has exactly been working for them. As this poke, Varus is doing exactly that. Lands that Q onto 2. Has to make a hasty retreat. Oh, very aggressive coming out of CFO.
Shadow is very deep here, trying to get onto Vista. Evie has the angle. Shadow trying to use him to get out, but he's just taking so much damage. See Aria going into the backside on the other end of the fight, and Shadow has gone down. So has the Seraphine. It's all gone wrong. Van 1 followed up with Aria, and there it is. They made the mistake, and now we get Baron.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they were waiting for. They've clearly cleaned up this fight here. They just absolutely picked it apart, right? So it all started with Marble. 3 members of CFO thought that they could get Marble. You know, we saw 2274 flash encore. It did get the flash from Marble out to respect that. But then Shadow was caught far too deep, and SHG were able to collapse, clean up, kill the jungler, and secure themselves a free Baron. They didn't even have to play the tug of war that they're so good at. As we get this replay here, Marble almost caught. Beautiful flash out of the way of that encore. Chains of Corruption goes wide, but it forces 227 back. And here's the TP. Vista, Evie, and Marble are ready to respond on to Shadow, who is just caught far too deep. And Arya and Van, they rotated so fast, they cut off any chance for Shadow to get back to his team and immediately make the call to go for that Baron. They use this Baron power play to get the next Drake as well. As CFO, they're finding their way back out onto the Rift. The tempo is SHG's. The gold advantage is SHG's at nearly 7,500 as the first coach comms of the game come through for CFO.
I'm leaving space to listen, but I don't. I'm not getting much. I don't know if you are.
But what I am getting is that it's calm, controlled, it's measured communications. There's no sort of panic. It's like, it's okay, guys. We've been here before.
Sleep does land. Vista throws himself forward, but you can see that there's not even oh, a lovely hook there onto the Zoe. Is in so much trouble. Pungyon will be taking down 0-4 now. Rest tried to come in to save his mid laner, but it's a flash hook from Vista. Looking lovely. Double kill picked up for Van 1. Shadow will get chased down, and now the only question is, are CFO even going to get a kill this game?
This could nearly be a perfect... they did lose 2 turrets, but 12-0 at the 24-minute mark, Carrix. I know it's not over yet, but so far this has been an absolutely one-sided shellacking. Such is the confidence of SHG. You'll notice that CFO, they flashed over the wall into their base. 3 members of SHG instantly followed with their own flashes. They knew they had the wallet diff. They knew they had the team fight. And look at these shutdowns on the members of SHG. 700 gold is sitting on Van 1 alone. 5-0. Arya 600 at 4-0. You kill any one of them, it's almost a way back in.
This starts with a really good read there by Vista, getting that hook onto Pungyon.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what the Zoe's going to do. You know, see, Rest flashes. So we get 2 flashes and Arya popping that ult to just follow up and take out Rest on that Renekton. They suddenly find themselves in a 5v3. Shadow is on the wrong side of SHG, and SHG know it. This Baron power play, it's about 3,500 gold now. The gold diff, 10k, nearly insurmountable, Carrix. SHG, they are in fine form here for their first game of the LCP.
They absolutely are. This is pretty much exactly what we were saying before the game, that if they come in holding their form, they're gonna look super dominant, and it certainly looks like they are holding that playoffs form. This is not the SHG that played the regular split last season. This is playoffs SHG, and they're doing it from week 1.
I mean, yeah, if they can maintain this form through the split, and that's the challenge, right? Some teams start strong and then they taper off. Other teams start a little weak. Oh, goodness, Rest.
Rest has been caught out, will be taken down in the Cataclysm. The sleep onto Van 1 is just going to be a bit of a chunk. Evie with a little bit of a hopeful flash there. Doesn't quite get anything done. True Shot Barrage just desperately trying to stave off the end. I think they will be able to clear this wave. So SHG, can they end on this one? It's going to require a pick. Shadow dives in onto Evie. A lot of CC chaining onto him, but he is a Kazante, not the target you necessarily want. In goes Arya, has to go gold, and does it perfectly as Van 1 throws himself into the backside. They take down Pungyon. They take out the 2274 Seraphine, and they are chasing them down. The Nexus turrets are falling. Do not die! Vista, no! Come on! As the Nexus goes down, he goes into the fountain to give up the only death for SHG as they claim game 1.
SHG masterclass CFO off the rift here in game 1 of tonight's best of 3 between SHG and CFO. Vista only giving over the only kill CFO were able to secure in that last 15-20 seconds because he went under the fountain and got blasted. Oh my goodness, it just felt like CFO was in shambles there. And like we was talking about, we go back to the coach's room here, it felt like the coach, when they did have that comm come through, they were calm, they were controlled, they were measured, they've been here before, we know how to kind of work our way out of this one, no stress, there's another 2 games, let's chill out, right? But SHG, they didn't even need the coach comms, they had the shot calling, they had the team fighting characters, and that damage coming out of SHG, Evie, my goodness, he out-damaged everyone from CFO.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the most one-sided games I've watched in quite some time. Just a real smacking there by SHG. CFO, back to the drawing board because we can't be bringing that in game 2.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how they sort of draft around this pick, but Aria, an absolute menace. Like, the only person to die on the S side of SHG was the support Nautilus Vista. Everybody else, deathless games. I mean, they even
and
had...
it was a fountain dive as well. Like, that wasn't even a real death.
Yeah, exactly. And Van 1 was so involved in so many fights, he even went godlike. This was the closest he got to dying here in this fight. Yes, CFO secured the first 2 Drakes, but both times they lost 3 members, which was just absolutely brutal. It made the Drakes not worth it. Aria knew their targets, was able to lock them down, and like you said, Aria's charms were effective. They weren't zoning charms, they weren't overlaps of CC, so there wasn't too much value. They were 100% efficiency charms.
100%. We didn't really see anything from 2274 either. The Seraphine was pretty low value that game. I just don't really remember any ults that really led to anything. Even the sort of healing wasn't incredibly effective because he was just getting soloed out. Just like there, Aria and Van 1 were just constantly diving the backline and just recognizing that there was nothing CFO could do about it.
Yeah, SHG, they played with confidence. They played with style. They played like a team that was seriously ahead. Flashing over the wall to close out rest here was the ultimate confidence statement if I've seen one so far. I mean, it was a quick game as well, around 26, 27 minutes here, Carrix, and this, the stopwatch was beautiful, like you called. Dodging that sleep, the CC, dodging the encore. The rest of SHG literally walked out of that encore, so unfortunately, 2274 not finding any value with it in that last fight before the Nexus broke wide open.
Yeah, really, really hard stuff, but this is why we play best of 3s. CFO still has plenty of room.
Definitely, they can come back, they can analyze, they can pick up the draft, but we will see it in game 2 when we come back right after this break, because here in the LCP Carrix, we're made for this.
blood and sweat and tears I sacrificed for this. Cause all of the years I nearly almost lost my life for this. I'm better with pressure, the weight on my chest ain't nothing to stress. A test of the best, I'm counting my blessings while giving them hell. Let's wait to see just who prevails. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing I'm focused on now is bringing us home the dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing I'm focused on now is bringing us home the dub. Yeah. Look at the grind, this type of hustle is hard to find. Look at the time, all of my winning is stacking the passion of living the prime. I do not mind it, giving them L's, right on their tail. The question is if you gon' pass or fail. I need a ring that blings and shines, full of them diamonds, leaving you blinded. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home the dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home the dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home the dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home the dub.
It's close enough to feel, but far enough to fade. The steps I take to close this space. What I believe, the more I get a world away. The whispers I hear keep me in place. The steps I take to close this space.
And I swear I wanted it that way. Till I saw a way out with you. And I don't know why, but I know it's true. I want a way out with you. Does the reason have to be the proof?
And welcome back to the LCP Split 2 Day 2 Game 2 of Match 1. That's a lot of numbers, Carrot. I'm bad at maths.
We don't need maths because all I know is CFO plus SHG equals one-sided game 1. Because CFO just got rocked.
Yeah, like that. The SHG rocked CFO's world. Obviously, SHG, they did end up third in Split 1. As we do see CFO, they've opted for first pick, and SHG secure themselves blue side. But that also means blue side's second pick here for SHG. So it will be interesting to see how they play around that. But back to your point, yeah, SHG, our third seed, they performed so well. This is the playoffs SHG that we are still seeing here, Carrix, which is impressive for them to maintain that form from the end of the last split through the break coming into the start here. But I'm wondering how CFO can turn this one around. Do you think there's any priority picks that CFO need to get together to answer SHG?
Well, I want to see Pugyon brought into things a bit more. That Zoe, it was picked into the Ari and clearly just never worked. I think the intention was fairly obvious. It was play 3v3 skirmishes around a Renekton, Zoe, Xin Zhao, That's a really, really strong core. The problem is that first dragon where they looked super disconnected. Doggo was recalling, the dragon wasn't going down fast enough, they end up losing 3 of them, and then you can't play that skirmish. I think it's not so much about the draft. I think the draft idea was fine. It's about the execution and actually playing to the strength of your draft in this one.
Yeah, but they definitely see Arya as the threat, locking in that Akali first ban again here. So they clearly recognize, they clearly understand the priority that they need to put onto Arya in that mid lane. But I do wonder if it's costing them some bans onto other players who need it. I mean, Evie on that Cassante just absolutely handled Rest like it was nobody's business. Rest almost rendered ineffective into that front line of Evie's Cassante here, as we see an Orianna ban as well. So far it is those sort of 2 bans in that mid lane are the same. Now with Ahri and Zoe off the map, that means that Ryze, Talia, Azir, there's still some very strong, capable mid laners. It just makes me wonder what they're going to prioritize. And there's the Ryze.
Ryze taken away as well. I think this makes a lot of sense. We just don't want to give Van One and Arya super easy combinations. Don't let the Pantheon through, don't let the Akali through. And at the same time, attack Pugyon. He looked like a bit of a weak link in that last game. It wasn't entirely his fault. The Zoe was just... Zoe's not a champion that has a lot of agency on her own. She needs to play around the team. When the team fails, the Zoe fails even harder. Rumble as well removed. Don't want to allow Evie to pick that one up, particularly with the Cassante, the natural counter being taken off.
Yeah, they don't want that Rumble Cassante matchup, and now with Rumble being banned again and Cassante no longer available due to those fearless bans, it will be interesting to see what comes through on that top side, whether it's going to be that Zahen, whether it's going to be, you know, the Ornn as well, as we do see Nocturne banned away by SHG. They don't want CFO having that, you know, powerful global ultimate, that paranoia, which can turn team fights so quickly, so heavily, and also prevent that sort of dive composition truly coming online. There are obviously other alternatives, but Nocturne is one of the ultimate dive tools. That's banned, and CFO, they secure Pangyoung Azir. We were talking about that in game 1 as having been buffed a little bit. Very, very powerful mid laner, and I dare say it would be a comfort pick for Pangyoung to sort of get him online, get him feeling comfortable and powerful. Yeah, Karma, as you say, not banned.
Yeah, Ashe Karma is a pretty big giveaway here if SHG want to pick it up. They're obviously considering the Karma half of it. I think if they don't pick it, CFO will. So I think it would make sense to lock that away here.
Yeah, they will obviously show their bot lane if they do pick up that support.
Ooh,
and Lulu. Okay, Lulu's right now very traditionally sort of being picked into that Yunara matchup. So this is an unusual pairing. Obviously, Lulu is a very effective Enchantress support there with that, you know, ultimate and the shielding and the slows. She can bring the polymorph, preventing any dive onto the Ashe. So it will be interesting to see how they pilot this pairing. But having revealed that, and there is the Karma. CFO like, well, if you don't want it, we'll absolutely take it. And that's some high damage potential coming out of the bot side of CFO.
Yeah, it really is. I think getting this Karma is pretty great for them, as looks like a little bit of an issue in draft that we might have to sort out. But we can still talk about what we've seen. Why do we think we've gone the Lulu Ashe over the Karma Ashe?
I think it's going to be, I think it's something different, right? I think sometimes the unknown or the less expected can throw such a spanner in the works that it just creates that confusion, it creates that chaos. And I really like the protection that a Lulu can bring. I feel like, yes, Karma has the shields, can R into an even bigger sort of team shield, but I think Lulu's ultimate in that sort of one fight every couple of minutes is just that much more effective, and it combines the two slows, right? So you've got Ashe's natural slows built in, that crystallized, enchanted crystallized arrow for the ultimate to engage the fights, and Lulu's Q, that sort of, we've seen the meme, the machine gun Lulu as well with those slows and the polys. I just think there's a little bit more in Lulu's kit that offers protection and chase down when combined with that Ash.
Yeah, I think that is a good point. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. The problem, of course, with giving away Karma is she is such a lane bully. I think that makes a lot of sense what you're saying once we leave the lane, but in the lane, perhaps not as strong. And of course, it does depend what ADC gets paired with the Karma. Thinking about what's up, Ash is obviously picked away. Varus is Fearless off, as is Ezreal. Where do we think we're going for the ADC pick?
Yeah, I mean, with Karma, Ezreal is gone, and Ezreal Karma is the traditional combination for those two. It's going to be a poke. As you said, Varus poke is also gone. I mean, we could see a potential long-range champion like Caitlyn. I mean, Caitlyn isn't a high priority AD carry right now, but we have seen Doggo pilot her very, very effectively, despite not being at the tippity top of the meta. So there is that potential. We get that the root come through from Karma, that extra level of protection with her shields as well. It could work really, really well with Caitlyn, I think.
Yeah, I think Caitlyn makes a lot of sense. Caitlyn Karma is like a traditional bully lane that we do see. We don't see it super often these days, but it is something that has always existed. I actually do agree with you. I think that would be the way to go. Hopefully we do see where we're going soon enough. CFO obviously took a bit of a beating in game one. How do you mentally reset here? What do we think the coaches have been saying in the last 5 or 10 minutes?
Look, I have to imagine that, CFO, they've been here before. They haven't always been the most winningest team to ever hit the rift, so to speak. Before the LCP, they lost some games. They even lost a couple here in the LCP in 2026 split 1, obviously. So it's not unfamiliar territory. I have to imagine the coaches are like, hey, look, it's just game 1. We've got 2 more games. This is the strengths of SHG. These are our strengths. Here's how we can use our strengths to overcome and crack open SHG. We know that individually, mechanically, we are strong. It's just we need to bring it together in these team fights. 2274, obviously on that Seraphine, unable to really get a lot of value out of those encores. So potentially following the lead of their AD carry of Doggo, and Doggo is one of the best ADs in our region. I almost feel like, I know supports are kind of like the ones who kick it off, who kind of initiate, but I feel like in this dynamic, in this relationship between the two of them, it almost feels like it has to be Doggo who says, you need to go in now, you need to do this now. And 2274 just needs to be ready on standby to back his AD up like no one else.
Yeah, that is actually a really interesting point, is where we think the voices are. It's always hard to tell from an outside perspective. I do think Doggo is someone that's been around the block. I'm just old, so I still think of Doggo as like a new gun on the rift. That's obviously not what he is. He is a veteran at this point. He's had some really, really high highs. So when he talks, the team should be listening. Over on the side of SHG, I just want to. If you want to.
No, you keep going.
So SHG, I think. What's really interesting here is I did sort of think there would be a bit of a reset in form. They had that playoffs run, but I did think they would step back down a little bit, not necessarily a huge amount, but it seems like, if anything, they've stepped a little bit up further. This was really exciting. It's only one game, but I'm really excited.
Yeah, one game is good, but it doesn't give you the full measure of what the team is bringing. But what does tell you the full measure, so to speak, is they ended so strongly in split 1, and they've started. Now, again, I know I just tempered the expectations with it's only one game, but they've started so strong here. You can't deny that it was a very, very strong, clean game. Over a 10k gold lead, nearly a 12-0. Obviously, Vista going down under that fountain at the end there. It was a statement start. It was we have maintained our form. We are to be feared and respected on the Rift kind of game. And that's what's happening in every single game so far. Last night, GZ SHG 2-0'd in spectacular fashion. MVK getting the win last night. I dare say surprised a few of us, but that VCS 2026 Split 1 winning roster that got promoted, they're doing just as well here in the big leagues.
Yeah, that is really exciting. A lot of the players on that new MVK roster have been around the VCS scene for a while in that sort of academy tier 2 level. When they got promoted, we sort of talked about, where we thought they'd be. We thought they would look pretty good, but not, probably still in that lower echelon of the league. Beating Relove DCG was such a huge statement at them, and we do have draft back, so we can go straight back into this game, as it is the Caitlyn. Good call.
Yeah, I really, you know what? Sometimes I feel really validated when I'm like, I think it's going to be this pick, and then they pick it, and I'm like, yes! It's like the highlight of being a caster for these games. It's almost like you're in the mines. But enough about that. Sion has been picked up for Evie, and Evie is a monster. But I have to say that he needs to get ahead. If he falls behind and he's not able to build that armor, that Caitlyn will get an LDR and crack that Sion wide open here, Carrix.
Yeah, I mean, Sion is very, very beefy, but if anyone can cut them down, it is Doggo. As waiting for these next bands. Nah, take it away. Both top laners. Oh, sorry, of course, Sion has already picked. CFO still needs a top laner. It's the mid laners that both teams. Again, I don't know what I'm saying. SHG needs a mid laner. CFO needs a top laner. That's what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, but I really do like that Nah ban, because obviously Nah is like a ranged top laner too, and that would give Evie a really hard time on that Sion. So great protection ban, preventing CFO from being able to sort of counter pick very, very well into the Sion. Obviously there are still some counters available, but that just kind of chips away at that pool as the Vi ban comes through for SHG against SHG. Now obviously Vi Ari is not on the cards. Ari fearless away from last game, but Vi is still so powerful, would be able to get onto the backline, lock down that Caitlyn, and blow her up before she even gets a chance to layer that damage onto Sion. Obviously, they've seen Rest play this Gwen, and they went, no thank you. No snips, no late game scaling for you here tonight, Carrix.
Yeah, and also just, don't want to play Sion into Gwen. Percent health damage is not something Sion likes going up against. Gwen able to cut through that tank in the mid to late game team fights. Definitely don't want to allow CFO to have access to that one. Yone, the ban against Arya, as Lee Sin is just going to be jammed. Okay, Van 1 wants to flex.
Yeah, we did see Yone piloted so effectively by Chica just last night. Obviously, Chica was like kept down. Pop 9 was always in the area on that Lee Sin as well. Kept Chica down and out from the early to mid game, but in that late game, Chica persevered and was able to get the game-winning play. Fate sealed onto 3. So I think CFO, they don't like that sort of potential of what Yone can bring against their team. Obviously, Lee Sin is a very aggressive, very early jungler, needs to get ahead, needs to stay ahead, and I would argue that a Caitlyn is a very, very juicy target for that Lee Sin. But we do see Udyr locked in for CFO.
Wow, okay. Udyr just jammed. They think they can just power farm through this one. Play labeling Skada as well. So this is Udyr top. That's actually a good counter into the Sion. It's a lot of percent health.
Yeah, and it's not one that we see too often either. So I probably would expect they didn't expect this one to come through. So really heads up pick here from CFO. Evie, a competent pilot of that Sion, but sometimes the champ just has the answer enough as LeBlanc locked in for Arya in that mid lane. That is a spicy pick into that Azir. But I feel like CFO, they've got quite the tanky composition. Udyr, no slouch, can take a beating. Skarner, just an absolute tank of a jungler and playmaker, comes crashing through those walls. And the shields that Karma is able to offer here, Carrix, I like what CFO has drafted into SHG.
Yeah, I do as well, but I will say that SHG for the first maybe 15 minutes of the game, I think they just run the Rift. There's not a huge amount from CFO that can do anything about a Lee Sin linking up with a LeBlanc, going for invades, overloading a lane, particularly with a Scion as well. You can go for dives. It's going to be a tricky one. If this game goes long, I think CFO hard win. But if, as we saw in game one, if SHG can sort of destabilize things, those early dragons, as we saw in game one, I like what SHG has put together as well.
You are so right. If SHG can get ahead early, and they need to, and then they can close the game out quickly, probably around that 25-minute mark like they did in game one, then they do not need to worry about the serious scaling that CFO has locked in for themselves. They will become that absolute late game monster that would almost be unstoppable, almost inevitable. But Carrix, enough about talking what can happen. We're going to watch what will happen here, as we are now on the Rift for game 2 of tonight's best of 3 series between SHG and CFO.
And I'm so excited for it. Rest on this Udyr, not something we see super often these days, but obviously trying to beat down on the Scion. Yeah, I love definitely not Udyr.
Yeah, so that's what I was laughing at. Good skins. I love the High Noon Ash, and I love that we know what chroma it is. So in the brackets beneath the name of the skin, it said aquamarine, and that's the actual sort of chroma color that has been picked for the skin on that champion. So I really do love this graphic. We do take a quick look at our junglers. We do see Shadow has started in his top side, and Van1 has started in his bot side. But the vision control is all CFOs right now. They have 3 wards in fantastic places to just keep that information on where Van1 is going, because like us, they know that he's going to want to get aggressive, and he's going to want to go aggressive early.
And we see the early power of Caitlyn Karma, getting that early level 2, just healing forward to just land as much damage as they can. Van1, as you said, started on the bottom side, so could go for a cheeky early gank. The flash forward, Doggo in trouble, get tagged up. This is going to be a first blood immediately over to Van1. They did not read that this Lee Sin would be here. Moving forward, trying to catch on to 2274 before reinforcements can arrive. They've arrived, but they're coming for the wrong side. In comes Arya to cut him off. Van1 will get 2.
Oh my god, Carrix. Lee Sin has 2 kills in 2 minutes. I don't think you can get that much more accelerated. SHG off to an explosive start. Such a heads-up roam from Van1. We see it here again, that early flash.
It's just a great call here by Van1. Like, there's no huge mechanical play that has to go into this. He just starts on the bottom side. He realizes that they don't know that that's where he is. So he can just only clear 1 buff, come bot side, and just accelerate himself to the absolute moon.
Yeah, he even got that first blood buff as well. So you can see he's already netted himself a fantastic half item there, which will give him a serious advantage if it comes down to a 1v1 between him and Shadow. Shadow just clearing his camps, does look to be rotating down as well, might be trying to look for it. Van1, this is the Lee Sin that you need to be. Aggressive everywhere, all of the time. Arya goes in, Carrix.
Ooh, a lot of damage immediately onto Pangyon. That is a 3rd for Van1 as he blows him up. Can just chase onto Shadow as well. The Skarner can do nothing into the Lee Sin. And the Q lands, and Van1's on a rampage before 4 minutes.
2274 is too deep. He has to run away. Arya is recalling. There might be a way out down the mid lane here.
Doggo is
chasing
here
Carrick's.
to help. They're moving on. Van One is just an absolute raid boss. I don't think they need to risk this one. Just let 2274 go. You've done enough.
Yeah, they recognized that Arya had recalled. They didn't have the numbers that they needed to close out that chase. As we see it here again, Arya aggressing forward. Peng Yong too far up, flashes towards his jungler, but Van One was already there, already got that sonic wave off and just followed him over the wall. Shadow had to do everything he could to escape, and Van One connects just before the predict Carrick's. Oh my goodness, so clean coming out of Van One. He is now 4-0. This is the Lee Sin you want on your team.
Yeah, this is enemy team Lee Sin. This is not your team Lee Sin. This is very enemy team, as he is absolutely massive, and he will just run the rift now. The only power point that CFO was going to have was this bot lane, but they've been set behind. Doggo has been forced to go back and just buy a cull. This is really bad for CFO.
This is definitely not a good start for CFO. Yes, they scale, but they still need to sort of stay relevant and competitive in the start of this game, and right now they are not. It's 5 minutes in, it's 4 kills over to SHG. They're 1,500 gold up over them as well, and I have to say, they're probably very, very happy with this. They don't have any CS leads anywhere as they go in on the bot side.
They go in, but don't quite find anything. Shadow lurking in the brush. Doesn't actually pull the trigger on anything, though. It's good. They need to spot Van One and stay a rift away from him.
Yeah, but it is good to see that Shadow is rotating around. Shadow is trying to make plays, and as much as Van One is accelerated, every member of CFO does have a CS lead over their counterpart in their lanes. So they are farming very well right now. They're trying to stay in this game, and they're just keeping that gold lead at a minimum. In fact, Doggo nearly has the gold lead back in his favor, and because no kills went over to their lane counterparts, the disadvantage isn't that much right now.
No, it's not. The issue is that it's not even meant to be a disadvantage, right? This is a lane that's meant to be winning quite hard. Caitlyn Karma is such a bully lane. Van One will pick up a dragon. Where does this Lee Sin leverage it all? Peng Yong's low. Uh-oh.
Peng Yong is so low. Oh,
Good
misses
flash.
the ult as well.
In comes Van One. Doesn't land the Q, though. Had a ward to potentially ward hop, but just didn't pull the trigger on it. It's just going to make sure Arya is safe.
Yeah, I think they had the read that Shadow was in the area as well, and that if Van One committed, it would likely end up in his death. But they know that Peng Yong had no ult too, so they were like, look, you're down on resources, I'll come back next time. They know he doesn't have a flash. Arya, though, also flashless and no TP, so both of these mid laners are currently a bit vulnerable, Carrick's. But enough about the mid lane. Let's take a quick look at that top side, where Rest actually has an individual gold lead over Evie on this Udyr. So far, that pick is proving good.
Yeah, look, Udyr wins lanes. I can't think of too many champions that actually just straight up beat Udyr in lane. He is a bit of a tyrant. It's going to come down to, can Rest leverage this with what's happened on the rest of the map? Can he actually be a big side lane threat? Can he potentially get onto the back line in fights? We'll have to find out. But I wouldn't be too stressed if I was Evie. I think you lose this lane gracefully.
Yeah, for sure. You just need to stay within touching distance as Vista clears out those wards to help Van One rotate, but the timing of 2274 putting down that fresh ward does spot Van One out. So he won't be able to kind of get a sneaky gank, but he's still going to force this invade onto the blue buff of Shadow. It's this jungle domination occurring right now, Carrick's, that if SHG can leverage it and utilize it fully, they might be able to snowball and take the lead off the back of it. But like we said, CFO, they can scale.
In they go. Peng Yong in trouble. The Q lands. Van's not in range to reactivate it. Shadow drags him away. The Azir wall just misses completely. And the ward hop out, a little bit messy from both teams there, frankly. Oh, never mind, Aria. All right, clean it up.
Yeah, Aria does fantastically to close that one out. But
moves over, does try and steal away one. Van One into trouble, W's away to Evie, but CFO using the timing well here. In it goes Rest, using that all in form. Van One heals so much, takes away a grub. He's too fed, Logan. You can't fight into this Lee Sin. They win the fight. They get the grubs.
who is this Van One? Where did he come from? And who hurt him? He is out for vengeance. He is unkillable. He went godlike in game 1 and he still hasn't died in this game 2. This Dragon's Rage kick over the wall, Peng Yong outranges it, but Peng Yong cannot keep missing ults like this. SHG just gets a walk away. Aria
That's
here
really
though
gross.
sees... Yeah, just Peng Yong, frankly, disrespecting the fact that SHG were just over the wall. Shadow fancies his chances. Van One does well to get the grub, and he realized, oh, hang on, I'm in a 2v1, I got to get out of here. Hops away to Evie, and Evie's going to kind of frontline to protect his jungler. But then, even after the stun, Van goes back in, gets a grub to get out of the fight, and it gives Aria time enough to get in. This is a team that is communicating. This is a team that is coordinated, Carrix. This is SHG in playoffs form still.
This is SHG in probably the best form I've ever seen them in. This is an absolute shellacking of CFO. Game 1 was not close. Game 2 is looking like it's even a bigger lead all around the map, all on the back of Van One in this one. I want to shout out as well, Evie in that fight kind of played it to perfection. The only way Van One could possibly die was from Rest. Shadow just simply wasn't going to have the damage, and he just put the Q down and said, you cannot get to my jungler before his cooldowns come back up, and he saves the fight.
100%. Every frontline, like Evie ran to that grub pit as soon as Shadow made himself known so that he could give Van One that option to hop out. And then, like we've both said, he frontlined to prevent Van from dying, bought him that time. He was able to get back over to the grub, secure them before getting the... I mean, it's just an absolute masterclass happening right here in front of us from Van One. And the team is playing around him. They're playing off him. Evie knows he's playing weak side. Evie knows he can't win this 1v1, but he can survive. He cannot fall behind, and he can get tanky for when the laning phase is over and breaks out into those team fights. And SHG, they're using all of this priority, all of this Lee Sin kill threat to go for the second Drake of the game. They got the first one, they've got the grubs, and it looks like they're going to get this second one here, Carrix. And CFO, they're not even going to get a look in. This gold lead ballooning to nearly 4K.
Yeah, and they shouldn't take a look in as Peng Yong, oh, he lives, no, Aria finds him, and oh, it's a collapse in the mid lane. Peng Yong is having a shocker.
Yeah, I really do look forward to that replay happening there, because SHG had a lot of numbers. Yeah, I mean, SHG had a lot of numbers sort of on the bot side here. Van One's going in again.
Goes in, an arrow lands as well. There's the Q, there's the polymorph. There's nothing 2274 can do. Vista says, that'll be my kill, thank you. As he takes that one away, and it is just domination.
Vista said, Van One, you have too many kills. Give me some. I need to get some items to better support my AD carry. But we go to this replay here in the mid where Aria absolutely annihilated Peng Yong. Peng Yong takes a bit of poke, hides under the tower. Shadow is in the area here, Carrix. Oh,
yeah, it was a flash away from the Emperor's Divide. Aria, like, frankly, Aria doesn't play that super well, but still gets away with it, just showing how far ahead they are.
I think it's because Peng Yong played it that much worse, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Obviously, the good ult, like, Peng Yong's ult would have hit if Aria didn't have flash. So it was on. What is.
Oh, 2274, why are we stepping up to a LeBlanc? Flashing away does live, but loses the flash.
That I'm so confused why 2274 would even walk up to a LeBlanc there, Carrix. It's madness.
It's like, you know, you've seen a dog bite like 4 people, and then you go, I'm going to walk up to that dog. It's not going to bite me. Yes, it is. It will. He will attack you.
The precedent has been set, but Arya has rotated around to that top side now, and Rest responds is retreating back to his turret. He's probably going to do that sort of lane rotation that sort of starts to come through in this mid game. And as we see, Evie already on that bot side demands an answer. Peng Yung gets that sort of turret back up as well. Vista, though, getting those nice deep wards. And honestly, I do want to shout out Vista. His vision control this game has been fantastic. He's been everywhere, allowing Van One to roam.
Ooh, in goes the Sion using the ult to not step on a trap. 2274 will fall down, and it's not getting much better here, Logan.
It really isn't. Evie is bullying Shadow away, buying time and space for SHG to crack that mid-tier 1. I mean, we're 15 minutes in. It's a 6k gold lead. Every role quest completed. 2 turrets taken down by SHG, and it's 9-0. We saw it in game 1. It was nearly a completely, killless game for CFO. And I know it's got like another 10-15 minutes in the tank, Carrix, but it's looking like it might go the same way here in game 2.
I mean, at this point, I'm just seeing if SHG can get the real perfect game this time. They haven't lost a tower, they haven't lost an objective, and they haven't lost a kill. They're on track.
Yeah, that topside turret is the most susceptible to go down, as Van One, using his jungle priority so effectively, he's going to get this Rift Herald objective, and they're going to use that to crack open yet another turret of CFOs. But as you say, the perfect game is still very possible at the moment. Their topside tier 1 has 2 plates, their mid tier 1 with 5, and their bot tier 1 with 4. So a lot of work ahead of CFO as yet another turret goes down. Vision control is there, but all of CFO's is in their own jungle, so it's not getting as much value as SHG's, which is deep inside of CFO's jungle. The next Drake in 30 seconds. Carrix, CFO, they got to put something together.
I don't think it's at this Drake. I just don't think you can do anything here. I think Van One is just so far ahead. You just don't have the damage. The only person that's dealing even really relevant damage is Doggo, and he's Caitlyn. He sort of doesn't do a lot of AoE damage as Doggo caught out. In goes Evie, far ahead of the rest of his team, but he is a big tanky boy. Allows Van One to come in and say, I would like a 5th kill. That's true, Evie.
I've fallen a little behind. I need some acceleration, Carrix, as the fight continues.
Oh, do you want to teleport in here? Are you sure? Actually, a really nice play there by Rest to get out of dodge. Does manage to get back towards the tower. He is very tanky. Rest is fairly strong. They need to respect him, as all of CFO are here to answer. The Azir tower goes up, and that should buy them space.
Yeah, really good response there from CFO. You do love to see it. SHG forced to respect the numbers advantage that CFO brought onto the Rift there, because they knew Arya was in that top side pushing that wave in. But with that priority and that space in the mid lane, SHG are able to buy themselves the space and time they need to secure the 3rd Drake of the game. They are now on Soul Point. So if they're able to get the next one, which at the rate they're going is highly likely, they will find themselves with Soul and a real win con.
Yeah, it's sort of the question of, do they need the next Drake? That's how dire things are. Shadow moving forward needs to be very, very careful. Does, of course, have the backup. Hard to walk through there against a Caitlyn. Arya having a bit of a poke as well. CFO do fight back. Are they able to secure a red buff?
Yeah, I mean, last time they lost that fight and they lost it again.
Oh, the ult from Shadow doesn't land. He's in a bit of trouble as they jump in, but 2 tanking is rest. SHG called that off. But in the meantime, big man Evie doing what he loves.
That's the thing though, right? Like CFO are losing 4v5s. One member of SHG is still just out on the rift, pushing in these towers, farming gold and eking out advantages everywhere. To your point though, that crystallized arrow from Marble, it nailed Rest and it did no damage at all. Absolutely so tanky there, that topsider for CFO. So I feel like if they can get that sort of traditional front to back, they can get Rest to just tank the world. I think CFO could find an angle if they're able to like get onto the back line of Marble.
It's definitely possible. Look, I think Rest is the win condition. You can see, like, he's only 800 gold behind. Sad that that's the win condition, unfortunately. But he actually, genuinely, like, sort of taking it aside for a moment, he has actually been playing quite well on the Zudir. He did exactly what he had to do in lane. He was ahead. It's the rest of the team collapsing has meant that Evie has been able to accelerate himself, has been able to just get tower plates in the side lanes. But Rest still has a chance. The problem that I think they run into is that even if you get the perfect engage, you kill Marble, does that win you a fight? And I think the answer might just be no. You just Lulu ult Van 1 instead.
Yeah, and frankly, Van 1's going to be in those back lines, and that Lulu ult is going to create some extra disruption as CFO look for a play, Carrix.
They move in, but Arya is on LeBlanc, able to just distortion away. You thought you were fighting Arya, you were just fighting one of his many, many clones. And they just start Baron. Why not?
And this is SHG's strength, right? Yeah, they want to drag CFO in. They want CFO to expend their resources. You'll note there's only a couple of members of SHG here on this Baron. 2 of them aren't even fighting. And there it is. They force CFO.
Arrow.
Good arrow.
Yeah, the Mikhails as well from 2274 doing well. Evie tries to go in, but Rest is still playing Bouncer. But oh no, Punyon got clipped by the Q from the Scion. Van 1 dives in, dominating now, allowing the rest of the team to snowball this one through. Marble will eventually cut through Rest. Shadow in so much trouble, gets booted away, taken down. Double kill for Van 1. Rest, they're still chopping down that tree. 2274 on the backside in a lot of trouble as well. As in they go, Marble will pick up Doggo, and it's more and more and more, and now we can go take a real Baron.
Yeah, that decimating smash just clipped Doggo, kept him around, secured that 3rd kill. That is 3 for none over to SHG. They drew them into the Baron, they forced the fight, they won the fight, and now they will secure the Baron for themselves. I don't even think Shadow is going to be able to get to that Baron, but CFO, it looks like they're going to try and at least make a look in here, Carrix.
They're going to have a look, but I think they'll call it off as soon as they see that SHG is here and are in force. The Baron is almost in smite range. Shadow will not get in range. And the problem here is that SHG are ready for round 2. They will just fight again if you let them. CFO don't give them that, and it will be a reset.
Yeah, unfortunately, Pungyong cannot hold a candle right now in the 1v1, just gets absolutely annihilated here. And as you called, just that sort of cleanse coming through, not the summoner spell, but obviously the Mikhails cleaning that serious stun off the Rest. Missing the ult again.
Yeah, he got clipped by the Scion Q trying to get the Azir Tower up, but the Azir Tower is just not going to do anything here.
Yeah, this is SHG frontlining so effectively. Van 1, knowing his timings, his cooldowns, misses his Sonic, flashes in anyway, is able to apply that extra pressure to CFO and get that kill onto Doggo. This is a clinic coming out of SHG, and the damage as well. Arya on that LeBlanc, I mean, you could get the top 2 damage dealers from CFO and they still don't come close to the damage Arya was doing. Even Evie on that Scion out damaging any member of CFO. It's rough, Carrix. They have Soul secured too. They have Baron. They're sieging.
Yeah, I don't really know what the way back into this one. Meteor hitting the studio, but only on one side of the stage. That might be it. Is that the most likely?
The siege has started though. Those Baron empowered minions chipping away at that turret. CFO respond. It's 5v5. Aria is inside the base. They could almost pincer maneuver CFO in their own base here, Carrots. They look to crack this inhibitor turret. They're just slowly marching forward.
Then, yeah, they are moving in. One inhib will fall to Aria, the second to the rest of the team. CFO are in the last chance saloon. We are still on track for a perfect game by SHG. Vista, I'm watching you after game one. Shadow gets in onto the backside, does land the ult onto Vista, trying to walk it away. Pangyon only gets Emmy. Shadow taken down by Van 1 on the backside of the fight. That's just a clone of the LeBlanc. The Silent Q doesn't find anything yet, but they're bearing on forward. Van 1 threatening to jump at any moment, still has access to that Dragon Rage kick. Rest in trouble. Aria doing damage onto the backside. Pangyon takes an electrocute. Another slayer. And in goes Van. Where Van? Thank you, Van. And get in. Aria lives as well. Rest will go down. Perfect game secured. Perfect series. SHG, how you going?
SHG 2-0 CFO in a perfect game, as you said. Didn't lose a single turret. Nobody died a single time here in this game. That was pure class. That was pure domination from the LJL representatives here tonight, Carrots. And what a privilege it was watching it and casting it here alongside yourself, my friend. Absolute scenes.
Yeah, look, we both predicted a CFO win here, but we did give the caveat that if SHG came in and ran away with game one, that was going to be the tone, because it would show that they had maintained that form. They have maintained that form, Logan. That is a message to the rest of the LCP.
And that's what every winner has been making here so far. We've touched on it before. Every win here, every statement game is going out to the rest of the region, signaling their intention, showcasing their skills and abilities. And right now, SHG, they have said, we are still at least the number 3 seed in the LCP. We are serious contenders. You must respect us. And Evie, again, on that top side, he weathered the storm. Rest had the better of him in the early game, able to push him under that turret, eke out some small CS advantages, but Rest just came through in those team fights. He frontlined more effectively. He protected his teammates, and there was nothing Rest could do in the face of Van 1. Getting those first 2 kills in those 2 minutes, it almost felt like the game wrapped right there. He never slowed down. 25 minutes, 18-0, and Aria, 25,000 damage, Carracks.
Yeah, Aria was just constantly jumping forward, constantly doing damage. We saw at one point, went under the tower in a 1v2, still took the kill on Pangyon. I'm sure it will be in this highlight reel. It's not quite this one. But, I mean, this highlight reel is going to be a little bit depressing. Play a CFO highlight? Producers, please? They don't exist.
Yeah, but I mean, unfortunately, I really do think that CFO weren't overly dialed in. Pangyon didn't have the best game, and I dare say game 1 and game 2 were rough for Pangyon. Aria got the better of him in both games, which really kind of cracked open that map. It gave so much priority to SHG, and here's that tanking we were talking about. Evie refused to let Rest get onto Van 1. He was able to get out of the range of Rest and then go back in for the kill with that poke from Aria. And it was just the synergy as Van 1, player of the match. Really well deserved. He didn't die in either game.
Yeah, exactly. That dirty into Vista. We did have words with him. But yeah, no, Van 1 was absolutely electric. I don't even... It's so easy to talk about game 2 because he was absolutely everywhere on this Lee Sin. Starting out with this level 3 gank, just goes down, picks up a double kill. But on the Jarvan in game 1, you actually talked about it between the games. So many times he was going in and getting out of the fights at like 100 health, using the entire health bar, able to just play an amazing engage, linking up with Arya constantly. Very, very well-deserved play of the series.
Yeah, for sure. Van 1 was everywhere, just connecting at the right times, really turning the tides of these fights. And I mean, Shadow, to his credit, he was active. He was looking for these fights as well, but just doesn't have that sort of early game explosive potential that the Lee Sin of Van 1 did. And it was hard to match. And then he fell behind and he just never found a way back in. Peng Yong missing his ultimates certainly didn't help their chances, especially in these team fights, even under those turrets there, Carrix. And yeah, it just feels like CFO are out of sorts. It does feel like those communication issues are still an issue. I hope to be corrected. I would absolutely love to be wrong that, you know, their communication is online. It's just about getting that time together, practicing, synergizing, and the shot calling. That, I feel, is a much more sort of manageable concern here in tonight's best of 3 series that only went to 2 because SHG absolutely showed up.
They absolutely did. That was super, super dominant. There's no real other way to say it. CFO clearly had some issues. Peng Yong had a bit of a clanker of a series. Look, it happens. It is only series 1. There is a long, long split to go. CFO fans, do not despair.
Yeah, for sure. They can absolutely scale over the rest of the split. It's only a couple of championship points here, as we'll do see, like, the championship points will matter over the course of the LCP Split 2, and the winner of our grand final and the next highest in our championship points standing will go to MSI at the end of Split 2. And I have to say, with the performance and the form that we're seeing so far, there's so many unknowns, Carrix. Like, coming into this split, I'm like, yeah, okay, Team Secret Whales and Relove DCG. But Relove DCG lost to this new MBK roster last night. MSI on the cards, it could almost be any team now.
Yeah, I think it's really, this is actually sort of like the ideal first couple of results from like I'm an LCP fan, not necessarily a fan of any one team. But we'll have to come back to that as we do get a look at our next series. It is the VCS Derby. I'm home as Team Secret Whales will be taking on GAM.
Yeah, you do love yourself a little bit of VCS action here. Team Secret Whales here. And the story, these guys, they went to first stand. They were our international representatives, where Pun made a name for himself as the top father, able to take it toe-to-toe with Broken Blade of G2. And ultimately, they went on, I believe, to the grand finals, I think it was, against BLG. But we look at the lineup here. Pun, his toe, D-Ray, Eddie, and BA as well. These are the Team Secret Whales. These were our number 1 team in LCP Split 1, Carrix. You gotta love them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, look, I think a lot of people may have overread into a somewhat disappointing first stand. It was the group of death, man. Look at those teams. G2 went to the finals. We just got a little bit unlucky. I think Team Secret Whales will bounce back. And of course, over here, it is GAM Esports looking to bounce back after a little bit of disappointment last split.
Yeah, they were knocked out of the playoffs very, very early and very surprisingly, so they will be looking to redeem themselves here in Split 2. They've had one split together. This will be their second split. The team has not changed, so I'm really looking forward to seeing Drakthar's aggression, but tempered. He was leading the charge a lot of the times in Split 1, but sometimes he led it a little too far and he was a little too deep, and the rest of his team couldn't back him up. So I'm hoping with some time between the splits, he's been able to practice, he's been able to scrim and have a refined understanding of when to go in and how far he can go, and just how much GAM, the rest of the team, will have his back. So very, very exciting best of 3 matchup tonight between, as you say, 2 of the VCS's representatives.
Yeah, and look, it's one of those things where if you're an analyst, if you've got a sound mind, Team Secret Wales are the favourite, of course. However, if you don't have a sound mind, if instead you have a VCS mind, you can't ever write off GAM in a VCS derby. This is going to be an absolute banger. As we look at the top side, Pun, as you said, really impressive at first stand, and Kiaya actually coming off a very disappointing split one.
Yeah, Kiaya, the team captain of GAM, unfortunately getting knocked out, as we said early in those playoffs. It meant they got a lot less games by the end of split one. They weren't able to sort of put their best foot forward. They had their chance. Unfortunately, they weren't able to sort of execute right then and there. But Pun in that top lane, he's taken every chance he's been given. He runs the top lane so well, so hard, that it forces the opponents to commit additional resources, which just frees up the rest of the map. The pressure, the priority, the volley bear, that pocket pick that he is a menace on Carrix. I hope we get to see it here tonight, because his kill participation is pretty high for a top laner.
Yeah, it really is. And I just want to see Kiaya bouncing back. I think this is super, super important for GAM that Kiaya does pick up, that he does win lanes. I'm hoping that in the offseason, they've developed to where he's not necessarily the shot caller, because I don't think it suits his playstyle, but we'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, we will find out right after this break before we get into our second best of three match tonight, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
Don't chase what you can't handle, type to dismantle what's in the way. I gotta chill, but keeping it real, I'm always hungry, hunting for a plate. Refills ain't coming too easy, be still so the ops don't see me. Trust and believe me, I'm about to take what's mine. Typical selfish and greedy, If you want a problem, then come find me. Come find me. Come find me. If you want the work, then come find me. Come find me. Come find me. Might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Chills down, all down my spine, feel it through my bones.
salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Don't let your faith dim. There is a light. The darkness can never
You feel it before the game even begins. The noise. Not pressure, electricity. A region that doesn't wait its turn, doesn't follow the script, where every match threatens to flip. Because here, nothing stays quiet. The pace is faster, the moments hit harder, and if you hesitate, someone else takes it. Anyone can break through, but not everyone can hold it. It's not just about the play, it's the next one, and the one after that. No guarantees, no safe paths, just opportunity for anyone ready to take it. Made for the stage, made for the moment, made for this.
Two v two side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown. And first selection.
And we are back for tonight's second best of 3 series. I'm your host, Logan, and I'm joined by Carrix, your co-caster here. How you doing, Carrix? Are you ready for this VCS derby?
I'm always ready for a VCS derby. It's my favorite type of night. And I'm hoping for something a little bit more competitive in this one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you were alluding to it before we went to break that GAM is not to be underestimated, that they can be very, very explosive and throw all kinds of surprises around. But this is Team Secret Whales that they are matched up against. This is our #1 seed from the LCP, fresh off getting some extra international experience, Carrix. So do you think the surprise packages GAM can throw will be enough to overcome that? Or do you think Team Secret Whales will be ready enough?
Well, see, this is what I was saving. So, when things have been darkest for GAM in the past, there was one champion that they always went to. When they're in game 5s of VCS splits, like against Team Flash is what I'm thinking of for old VCS old heads. Back in the day, Shyvana was the savior. Levi would jam Shyvana, and I don't think he ever had a bad game on it. Now, Levi's not here, but it's also not the same Shyvana. New GAM, new Shyvana. You seeing what I'm saying?
Could they build upon the legacy is what you are saying, Carrix, as we do see Team Secret Whales walk onto the stage in what is new here for the LCP in Split 2. The players walk through the crowds, they do these fist bumps, they do these high fives, and it's that sort of community building, that extra engagement. Look at that respect there as well, those sort of head bows. The fans in the crowd are like covering their mouths with excitement and happiness, and this LCP arena has found some more attendees. With these times changed, more people are now able to lock in and get to the arena, which, Carrix, we said it before, we'll say it again. I hope that we can get to it one day because it looks like a time.
I'm so excited. I want to get right into this one, right in 2v2. It's like pun in his toe for Team Secret Whales will be the pick. Who GAM are going to send? I'm predicting the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally they have sent their bot lane in. Artemis is just, there it is. Artemis on the bot, Taki, their support, that famous duo. Artemis, never forget, got the double penta last split as well with the Siva, and then backed it up the very next game with his third penta of the split. So you've got to respect the power that Artemis can bring onto the Rift here. It will be a top jungle from Team Secret Wales versus that sort of AD support from GAM Esports. So very sort of classic, very sort of traditional pairings here. But I have to say it, Carrix, I genuinely hope that we see Pun rip a volley bear, either in the 2v2 or on Summoner's Rift, but I'll be a happy fella if he does.
We will have to see. It wouldn't be too surprising if he brings it out on the Rift. The 2v2, they have everything available, of course. This is their first match, so nothing has been split fearless out. We need a new name for it, like Fearful, something like that. I don't know. We'll workshop it, but I'm keen to get into it, see who will set the tone as we go into the 2v2 draft.
Yeah, look, I do love a little bit of 2v2 action here. It's there's no room for mistakes, if you will. Everything is on show. And this 2v2, it will determine first selection. So whoever wins gets the right of first selection. You either pick the blue or red side, or you pick first or second selection. That is your right. And in order to win, it is the first team to 2 kills. It is the first team to kill a turret. Or when it goes to sudden death, it is the first team to secure a kill. And that will get you first selection for your team. But one thing that I do love about this Carrix is that a lot of the time they all just look like they're having fun. Everybody is all laughs, they are all smiles, and the way to wipe a smile off someone's face is ban their champs, and that is a double AD ban coming down.
Makes a lot of sense when you see Taki and Artemis just get rid of the great 1v1 2v2 ADCs. Draven and Varus say no to that Pantheon and Urgot from GAM. Where are we going to go? One thing I will say about GAM is they don't like spending a lot of time in this 2v2. They love just running at you and fighting you.
Yeah, for sure. There's no dancing. There's no secrets, tactics, or tricks here. It is, we're going to run into your face and we are going to win this fight just in a straight up brawl. But what? Oh, Darius. Oh, we've seen Darius.
Oh, there's
Pun's volley. Yes. You'll love to see it, Carrix.
That we do. This will be a fun one. I can predict a pretty early fight here, I think, as Annie Darius is a very aggressive duo for GAM.
Yeah, the stun as well, locking them down, allowing Darius to get a few more autos off, get that bleed rolling, pull that cleave as well, allowing the damage. But I mean, Team Secret Wales, they have a double stun combo here too. So there's like a lot of, there's more CC on the side of Team Secret Wales. It's whether they're going to be able to convert that damage in that window of CC Carrix. But we will find out as we hit the Howling Abyss here in the 2v2 for side selection. And if we take a quick look at those summoners, Electrocute there for his toe, but also Taki and Artemis has grabbed Cleanse, respecting the sheer amount of stun that Team Secret Wales can bring.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. You do not want to be caught in the cocoon for very long. Artemis just wants to be able to run at them.
And run at them they will. That is a great sky splitter there, just coming down, popping that summon. The emote game, like, dear Riot, can we please get like the skins as well for our 2v2 matchups? Because I just love knowing what they're doing here as well.
At the moment, just a little bit of posturing as the stun is there for Taki. Could throw that out at any moment. But so far, just a bit chill.
Yeah, I mean, Artemis with the emote, popping the dance as well, pun dancing. They're just having a little bit of fun with it as the Sky Splitter is going to connect one more time on Artemis, sort of try and keep that HP low. But that is a Darius. That cleave does heal him back up. So you have to kind of convert the damage quickly. Ooh.
There comes the damage. The Ignite is in onto Pun. He's in a lot of trouble. They're going to turn around onto Taki. 1 for 1 at the moment, but that is a stacked Darius. His toe is in trouble. Repel does well, dodge the Q, but still has to find his way out. Artemis not committing. Just gets the W and walks away. Oh, there we go, flashing back in with the Q. It's going to come down to auto attack swings. And it's his toe on 39 HP.
Artemis was loving it. He knew what he was doing. He was baiting it back in, but it just did not play out in his favor. Those health pots ticking down as Team Secret Wales, they have opted for second pick. They want to prioritize those 2 power picks in 2 of their roles, which gives GAM first pick on the blue side here. So a fun little 2v2 skirmish. Just handing over that side selection, and we will get to picks and bans very, very soon here, Carrix. But what a good little bit of fun. You just love to see the good times they're having, the laughter, the smiles on their faces in those player cams, because like it speaks to their mentality, right? They're like, it's a game. We're having fun. Yes, it's, you know, serious and competitive, but this 2v2, nah, let's just do what we want.
Yeah, they just have a bit of fun. It sort of relieves a bit of the tension before the game really winds up. But now we have to be very serious because this is important. Team Secret Wales coming back from a first stand where, yeah, look, I think we were in the group of death. I think it's easy to sort of rationalize why what happened, but it won't make Team Secret Wales feel too much better. They need to come back. They want to show that they are still the LCP's best, and they want to give themselves the best possible start to have another tilt international at the end of this split. And GAM, of course, a disappointing end to last split. Split 1 of 2026 was pretty naff by them. They need to bounce back and show that they can still challenge as the Kings of Vietnam.
And I do believe that they can. GAM is one of the teams that I fell in love with. The VCS is one of the first regions that I like avidly followed and enjoyed because of how explosive their fighting styles is, because of how yeah, that's right, it's GAM time. But you just never know what they're going to do. They will take those fights 3v5, 4v5, you know, when they don't even have that advantage, and they can win them just as well as any other team in a 5v5 situation. And it's that kind of unexpected surprise, that explosiveness that frankly every VCS team can bring, that makes them so exciting to watch here. But I will be interested to see if Artemis ends up picking this Siva. Obviously the conditions have to be right, but with Varus having such high priority, Siva does feel like a good answer into it. So there could be a chance we get that, you know, triple penta-killing Siva here tonight, Carrix.
It will be interesting. The Siva, as you said, if the conditions are right, it is something that Artemis has been really, really dominant on. But I think Artemis just has a bit of a champion ocean, can go to so many places. The bot lane is going to be super important. I've been stressing it constantly in GAM's game that we need to play around the bot lane. We need to put pressure on there because they can just run away with it. But it's hard to predict exactly where we're going because GAM can be such a wild card.
And look, Team Secret Wales, they did go to first stand, and unfortunately, you know, we were the first ones knocked out. But to their credit, they were able to secure themselves some early leads. They were able to play through the top side of a Pun and through their own jungler as well. And his toe, because he had such a good showing, but when it came to sort of that mid to late game, they kind of fell off in the face of the international fury that, you know, G2 were able to bring against them. But I still think that Team Secret Wales, they're able to play the same game they did here in Split 1. They will be a force to be reckoned with, and we will find out in 2, maybe 3 short games in this VCS matchup. I will be looking to his toe. I think his toe is the less explosive jungler when compared to Drakthar, but I think his toes is tempered explosiveness. It's controlled explosiveness when it does appear, Carrix.
Well, we'll have to see how controlled it can be. Series 1, I should say. Van 1 was out of control, let's put it that way. Will either of the junglers in this game go to those heights? I almost hope not, because that would be damning for how close this series was.
Yeah, for sure. And I will be paying attention to Drakthar too, this jungle sort of duo. Obviously, it's so important that they link up with their top laners and their mid laners. D-Ray here on camera now, just like clearing his vision. You know, you blink to try and open your eyes a bit more to get a little bit more vision going and, you know, hopefully not hamper your peripherals there. But if D-Ray and his toe can kind of link up and become that sort of dominant force that they were in Split 1, it will be a tall order for GAM to answer that. Drakthar plus RS, obviously we were talking about it last split. GAM kept RS because they had that international ambition, but unfortunately they just weren't able to make that. And I dare say part of it was that Drakthar going too deep too often. So like that synergy, that link could never sort of come to fruition here, Carrix. So I'm looking at that duo.
It's going to be, I think there is a lot to watch here, and I'm keen to get into drafts. I think the draft will set the tone of what they're playing around. Looking at GAM, I think my eyes are just stuck on Kiaya. I think that was where GAM fell apart last split, was that Kiaya had a really down split. He's my favorite player, so maybe I'm biased, but I think he can recover, and I think he needs to be the team captain that GAM needs.
What do you mean, caster bias? We have favorites? No, not here. But you do love it. He is the team captain, as you've said before, Carrix. Kiaya, after Levy, he was promoted to the team captain. He's that sort of stable force, who the veteran of GAM, and it's a question of maybe the shot calling needs to go with somebody else as well. And this is going to be our first sighting of, obviously it's the same split, but of the new LCP split 2 GAM. They've had plenty of time to practice, about a month between the splits. So hopefully they've put it to practice. Hopefully they've been able to get those sort of shot calls bedded down.
Yeah, I think it is. It's one of those things that's so hard to talk about when we just haven't seen it yet. This is always hard before game one of a first series of a split, because so much can happen in the off-season. Obviously, we have a little bit of data on Team Secret Wales, but who knows what GAM have been practicing, where they're at. Into this split, there's so much improvement that can happen. There's so much that can go right for this team. There's also so much that can go wrong. And I'm just really excited to see it. I'm so glad that they're starting out with this VCS derby for these teams.
Yeah, VCS derbies are always a thing to enjoy to watch as we go to picks and bans. Akali banned away, Vi banned away. They do not want to let Team Secret Wales get that sort of Ahri-Vi combo, that deadly duo, if you will. And counter to that, Team Secret Wales, Rumble, Karma. So most of the same kind of bans that we've been seeing across the Rift so far here, Carrix, in the first 2 days of gameplay. And that Nautilus, also unsurprising.
Yeah, I think that so far this is pretty standard stuff. These are just meta bans, just taking away what works. The Nocturne, maybe that's a bit of a VCS meta ban away from Drakthar, something obviously he's always super comfortable on. But just locking in the Jarvan, I like this. Get Drakthar something he's comfortable on.
Yeah, the moment Drakthar gets comfortable is the moment GAM is very, very dangerous. We have seen him on this J4 before. He has been a menace, but it is also the champ that he has dived too far too often on. So hopefully that practice has come through. He knows sort of better timings on when to go in and how far he can go in, and that the team can sort of back him up. Obviously with that Rumble banned away, there's not that sort of hot pot combo with that Cataclysm here too, but Team Secret Wales, having got that side selection and going for that sort of second pick for themselves, secure Rise in the mid lane and Varus on that bot side. That is a deadly duo.
Yeah, that is a pretty good R1, R2, I think, getting the Rise and the Varus. It is going to be answered by the Orianna and the Jace. Jace, something that has actually fallen off in Prio quite a lot, but GAM still leading towards it. probably, well, almost certainly up in that top side.
Yeah, GAM grabbing that Jace. I mean, with J4 picked, obviously that's in the jungle. Jace is going to be on that top side. So they think that tank Jace is somewhat viable into the likes of whatever it is that Team Secret Whales will bring on that top side for Pun. I mean, obviously having that sort of range advantage in the early matchup, you're going to be able to push that top laner in. Pun will have to handle a ranged top laner. So that could lead to an unconventional choice, because a traditional tank, you will get bullied early, but you could bounce back later on. It just depends on the tempo, and I feel like Team Secret Whales, with the current composition they've drafted for themselves, will be happy with that later game. And there it is, Team Secret Whales respecting Artemis's Sivir. They have banned it away, and I love those fan signs. Please show us so many fan signs.
I love fan signs as well. And as you're saying, the Sivir ban is really smart so far. This is a bit of a close range comp from Team Secret Whales. You don't necessarily want to play that into the Sivir. Really let her operate comfortably. The Ricochet gets a huge amount of damage if you're all just on top of each other. Sion away from Pun as well makes a huge amount of sense. The Lulu from Taki, that is a champion he's always loved, but Taki can play every champion in the game. Malphite gone as well. The Volibear still available.
Yeah, Volley's still available. Poppy is also still available, but I don't think this is a Poppy game. I don't think she's going to be picked up here tonight. Bard, however, is still very available and a very strong support. So either side, there it is. They're hovering that Bard. That would offer a lot of play, and locked in for Team Secret Whales. They saw it was available and they've slammed that Bard down, Carrix. I love this pick.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense taking it away from Taki as well. That is something he's loved. Ashe picked here. The Seraphine is still available. Ashe Seraphine is something we've seen a lot of globally. There it is, locked in. Aren't I smart? What is the answer here from Team Secret Whales? It is going to be a top laner. I don't think it's going to be Garen.
I mean, they've been hovering Garen every single night in every single game. Surely one day they're gonna have to lock him in just to appease like those of us who demand a Garen. You know, surely not a Teemo. That's got to be a bait hover if ever I've seen one.
I think it's Ornn.
Definitely.
Ornn makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Far more realistic here, and like that Volley wasn't banned, but I think it would struggle into that Jace, definitely into that early matchup, because he wouldn't be able to get to the waves to use that sort of passive little lightning that clears those waves so well. But the comps are locked in, Carrix. What's your read on this one, mate?
I think it's a bit tricky here, honestly. I think both teams have walked away with really good drafts. I think the big thing that I'm a little bit iffy about is the role of the Jace in this draft. Should have an easy enough lane to exist and farm in. Hard to kill the Ornn, but I don't really know how he plays with the rest of the team in the mid to the late game.
I mean, obviously, classic Ornn energy is just play for that late game. You're going to be that tanky frontliner. You're going to be that engage. You blow that Ornn horn. You send it down the middle and start the fight. And it's up to the rest of them to follow up on that one. But obviously, J4 can cause some disruption. He's obviously able to cataclysm. If that Ornn gets, shockwaved out of his ult, that's wasted. That engage tool is gone. And Taki looking very aggressive there in that fan sign into the likes of BA. I mean, how do we think this one's going to play out? I am all for a 2-1 matchup here, but I think Team Secret Whales could take it.
Yeah, I think Team Secret Whales is the favourite. Even before the draft, I think even after the draft, I think they are still the favourites. But it's BCS Derby. Anything can happen, Logan, and I'm excited for it.
Yeah, and with the players are getting ready, we see them sort of locking in. They're in those Republic of Gamers chairs who now sponsor sort of the LCP and the LCP arena, providing all that hardware, the chairs as well. So you love to see those sort of support coming through in the region. But it is GAM Esports versus Team Secret Whales here in tonight's second best of 3 matchup. My eyes will be glued on Drakthar. If if he can be sort of the most improved player for GAM, I really think that they will have the tools they need to bring it to Team Secret Wales. And if his toe is in fine form, it will be difficult, but possible. And Carrix, we're on the Rift.
That we are. We've got our second series of the night. I think this one will be a bit more exciting than Series 1 ended up being.
Oh, look,
Dyer
I mean, I was
first
still,
one.
Yeah, I was still, takes first. Oh, yeah, gets hit first. We do see his toe with that Secret Agent skin. Drakthar, respect to Fnatic there. Bladecraft, Oriana. High Noon Ash again, but this time with the Ruby Chroma, not the Aquamarine Chroma. And BA with the T1 Bard. Just shout out to Carrier there with that skin. You do love to see it. But Team Secret Wales trading very effectively into GAM in these early stages as we see some of those nerfs and buffs and adjustments come through. As you alluded to before the game broke out, Shyvana did get a rework, hit the Rift very, very strongly, and then got a little bit of a nerf. So it will be interesting to see if either of these VCS teams want to pick her up here tonight.
I think it would be really exciting if they did. It would be honoring the legacy of Levi for sure. I don't think it's super likely. I think the champion, after the adjustments, is actually quite weak. And also, Shyvana has never been a very good pro play champion. She's a bit more of a solo queue skewed champion, in my opinion. So I don't know if we'll see her. I'd love to.
Yeah, look. Oh, 100%. And I got to say, when I'm playing solo queue and a Shyvana ults at me, I'm like, well, I guess I'm just dead. Because in solo queue, like that ult, it's like a call to victory, you know? But we do see Dyer actually getting a tidy CS advantage over Ares here in the mid side. But Kiaya trading so heavily into Pun, abusing that range advantage here in the early game. So it will be up to Pun to sort of play that weak side, weather the storm, and Kiaya to hopefully push any advantage he may have with Jace's range.
Yeah, and we did see in the bot side a bit of an aggression in onto Eddie, actually going really low. The flash into the area is just not enough, but that will send Eddie packing. Drakthar
is in the area
here.
though.
Can go EQ flash. There it is. Brings it down. First blood claim. Taki is very deep. Does not have a flash. Will get traded back. A little bit too far forward there on the Seraphine. And Eris moves forward. Dyer managing to ghost away.
Just pure aggression here in the first 3 minutes. It's already 1-for-1. GAM 500 gold up. So many summoners burned across the Rift. Flash is gone from 4 members of GAM and 2 from Team Secret Wales. This is the VCS. This is maximum excitement all of the time right now, Carrix. You love to see it, that early proactivity.
This is a VCS derby if I've ever seen one. Let's have a look at how this went down. It was just Eddie. He dodged the Q and then thought that was all he had to dodge.
Yeah, and then the follow-up coming through from GAM, just too much. Eddie flashing one more auto would have done it. Drakthar reads this so well. He knows he's either going to catch on the return to that brush or flash in and converts the kill. So all those resources committed, not wasted. Taki, though, caught out because his toe knows he can get in on that sort of flashless bot side and get a kill in return. So great proactivity from Drakthar to close out on Eddie and a really good response from his toe. So both junglers find themselves at 1 kill apiece, but unfortunately Team Secret Wales Eddie is the one that has died, whereas the support of GAM was the one that have died. So whether that makes much of a difference, we don't know just yet. Artemis has picked up that cleanse summoner spell, whereas Eddie has the flash TP.
Ooh, there's the flash. Wind becomes lightning. Drakthar is here to try and save Eris, but it's not going to be enough. The Rune Prison just a little bit too good as he will fall. Fight back by TSW.
I mean, it feels like, Carrix, it feels like we're almost back to like the LCP Split 1 playoffs, right? Where we could not stop talking because the fights just kept on breaking out. I mean, less than 2 minutes ago, it was a 1-1 and a 500 gold lead over to GAM, but Team Secret Whales, they net themselves that kill in the mid lane on that flashless RS, and they're likely going to go for it again because that's what you do into this immobile control mage in the mid lane. Orianna, without a flash, is just so easy to lock down and easy to get kills on.
Yeah, it is going to be a bit tricky. It's basically anytime Dire can step forward, land that rune prison, will be in a lot of trouble for Ares. Does have that shockwave now, can sort of diffuse the gank a little bit by just yanking the Xin Zhao back a little bit. And of course, on our screen is the top lane where Kiaya, yeah, he's playing Jason Tawarn. He's having a great time.
Yeah, definitely. Kiaya is eking out that CS advantage as he should be. That first Drake is on the map. Drakthar in the area on vision.
Oh, through the Bard tunnel. Oh, like that was weird. As Eddie does fall.
Yeah. So like Eddie went through but came back and went back through again, I think, Carrix?
Something like that. All I know is that he's definitely been sent back to base.
Yeah, but so far, Drakthar is having a good showing. This is the Drakthar that I kind of wanted to see a little bit more of. Doesn't go too deep without support. He's making these plays on tempo with the rest of his team who are here to help him. So let's watch this one again. Artemis engages. A great route there from Taki. Drakthar, yeah, so, the knock up. So he was knocked up by Drakthar before he could get into the magical journey. Perfectly timed there. That flag and drag interrupting and securing the kill. Yeah,
that Ash Arrow was inches away.
Yeah. We did see Ash Arrows used so effectively in first stand, and it looks like her priority has increased in kind here too, Carrix. Because if you can land one from the bot side, even your base, that is the maximum stun possible. It nearly guarantees the kill.
Oh, Drakthar going a little bit too aggro there. Has to flash away after Pun blows the horn. Taki getting jumped on by Hizto. Hizto needs to be a bit careful that he's not going too far. But with Dire in range for a Realm Warp, they're not going to push this one.
Yeah, but I really like Drakthar's flash there. It was respectful. If he didn't flash, he absolutely would have died. So I think that was the right use, a good call. It did get the ult out of Pun, who just straight up roamed from that top lane down into the topside jungle of GAM. So he's really feeling good there, even despite that CS disadvantage into Kiaya's Jace.
It is very good stuff there by Pun, just recognizing what he needs to do. It's not about the lane, it's about the game. Doesn't have to win in every single way. As Eddie returns to lane, does have that serrated Dirk, a pretty big early power spike.
Yeah, definitely nice to get that lethality online for that sort of poke Varus. Late game, those Qs can clear like 50% of the health of the enemy ADs. So if you are an absolute sniper and you land them, it can knock someone out of the fight before it even truly begins, which is why it's so important that BA lands those stuns, gets those tempered fates to really set Eddie up for success. But speaking of success, Team Secret Whales, Hizto, is on to the first Drake of the game. They want to lock this one down and get that snowball rolling here, Carrix, as there is a little bit of vision. GAM know what's happening, but they're not going to go for it.
This is a really good swing here by Team Secret Whales. Just picking up that dragon, able to lock themselves in that early stack as ults are being thrown. Taki does have to flash in the end. The Bard ult was a little bit fluffed, but the Varus ult was good. This is really good for them because they are the scaling team here. The fact that they secure the first dragon is a really big win.
Yeah, it definitely helps get them online sooner rather than later, as that Ash Arrow just going wide again. It's always exciting to see it flying down the rift. It's like, will it, won't it? You know, like if it hits, it's a kill. If it doesn't, oh well. Because
I always like when it just comes in and you haven't tracked it coming. You just say, oh, hello.
Yeah. Oh, suddenly it's here. But in this instance, it does go wide. It doesn't connect with anybody. And we do cut to Drakthar on those grubs. He does secure the two. And he's aware that Team Secret Whales, they're not going to contest this one. BA shows up. Drakthar is just interesting. He's just going to let that third grub go. He very well could have got that one, I think, there, Carrix. He just respects BA, probably thinking there was more.
Yeah, I think he thought BA had a little bit more behind him. The third grub is obviously not as important once you've got the two. It's basically just denial at that point. Doesn't want to take the risk, obviously. With full vision, we know that he certainly could have, but I don't blame him for not.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you got to play with that respect. I mean, arguably that might have been a little too much respect, but didn't have the vision, so better safe than sorry. Didn't have the flash, so definitely wasn't able to escape. Realm Warp coming through.
Oh, that's a lot of people for Artemis to outplay. He cannot do it. A kill picked up for Team Secret Wales. This will be tower plates as well. Lovely stuff from the Wales.
Yeah, this is the power of D-Ray on that rise. That Realm Warp brought his toe with them, and suddenly it was a 4v1. Nothing Artemis could do. And this was such a powerful tool into Artemis in the playoffs as well. They just kept bullying Artemis. Good flash from Ares.
Yeah, but the flash having to be burned. There's the turnaround, though. They dump everything onto his toe. That last tower shot lazily moses in and will make sure they get the kill.
I was watching it and I'm like, it's going to get him, it's going to get him. And then it's just collected his toe. Did flash, still dies, feels bad, but GAM in the top side. Pun recognizing this, tries to clear the wave as quick as he can.
Yeah, really good stuff there by Pun, recognizing that, yep, just quickly clear the wave, get out of dodge. We still have a third grub here that Trackstar could go and get. Now I'm getting a little bit annoyed about it.
Now it's like, all right, you know that no one is around. You can absolutely go and get that grub. It looks like he's going for the scuttle crab first, get that vision control, and then hopefully, please put us out of our misery, Drakthar. Get that. He's recalling. He's not even
he's
getting
not
the grub. Oh my goodness. Funny. Yeah. Hawk shot going out from Artemis. Good use of the Hawk shot to get that vision control. Try and understand how many members of Team Secret Wales are there. They knew D-Ray was missing. He had roamed from that mid and he was on that bot side, but he was spotted out by those wards. So they just wanted to track him, make sure no Realm Warp could go through. And first items locked in. Artemis getting that Kraken Slayer. A little bit of extra movement speed, damage, attack speed. And every third hit, I think it does a little more damage too. Second Drake of the game, a minute and a half away. And what was an explosive start, it's kind of cooled down, Carrix.
It has a little bit. It has slowed right down, and we are dead even in this game. We are at 22.7k for both teams, ticking over to 0.8, basically synced. We love to see it. We love a close game as Kiaya takes a little bit of a trade onto Pun. Will be winning it out hard, as you'd expect in the matchup. He's just trying to slowly mine away at that tower.
Yeah, crack that crystalline growth, get those extra chunks of gold at every possible opportunity. Pun weathering the storm. He does use that Ornn passive to secure his first item, getting that armor and heal cut rolling. It will be interesting to see how this works because obviously shielding comes through from Orianna. Seraphine has those shields as well. So if they're able to sort of reduce their effectiveness for the team, that's a really good team item that he has just built there, in my opinion, Carrix.
It's kind of an interesting one. Like, I think anti-heal into Seraphine does make a lot of sense, but there is sort of a heuristic that you don't necessarily go Thornmail because you just don't hit the tank, and you instead let someone like Bard buy an Oblivion Orb. But we'll have to come back to it as BA does Mystical Journey in. Artemis uses the cleanse, he's able to kite it out. They're going to turn it around. Drakthar picks up that first kill, but Dire is arriving. A lovely Seraphine ult is answered by an even better Varus as a 1-for-1 at the moment. Aris is here, but not in range.
Yeah, Drakthar, the jungler of GAM, goes down only for the support of Team Secret Wales BA. That is BA's first death as well. Also Drakthar, so like, obviously a trade, but you would rather keep your jungler alive because now he can't contest this Drake, and Team Secret Wales recognizing that, having that bot side priority, having kind of, won that fight a little harder, go for the second Drake of the game. It is that Mountain Drake, so they're going to be that slight little bit tankier, which you can always appreciate. Being harder to kill is always better, and it looks like it's going to be an Ocean Soul here for this game one. we do get a replay
with a
of
pretty
that
good
fight.
cleanse by Artemis.
Yeah, recognizing the potential engage here, that encore onto 2, sort of slowing down what Team Secret Whales was trying to do, but it just wasn't enough to prevent them getting that 1 kill back. GAM here, though, making moves. D-Ray recognizes it.
Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble. Does get knocked up by Dragthar, needs to find his way out. And manages to, just runs out of there. Doesn't even use the flash. Now Kiaya getting collapsed in on. This Ornn can stay under tower for a while, but the flash will save him. It's all going Team Secret Whales at the moment.
Yeah, great cross-map plays happening here, though. This is one of those hallmarks of like professional teams in tier 1, right? When one play is happening on a side of the map, it's always important to be getting something on the other side. It's always important to be responding with those resources, because you have 5 players. If you see 4 from the enemy team, oh, D-Ray, maybe? Oh.
Goodbye, Artemis.
Yeah,
taking
Kiaya
it down.
has responded, though.
Charging forward. The accelerated shock blast lands. There's the Seraphine ult. Oh no! Oh no! There is a delay, but it will still fall. Histo could be in some trouble. The Crescent Guard keeping him safe as GAM fight back.
Every single one of these fights, Carrix, it goes 1 for 1. Dragthar looking for more, though. He knows his toe is low.
Yeah, but this is really dangerous. D-Ray is there as well, blows up his toe, working out well. Kiaya takes a big chunk, but he doesn't mind at all. As GAM, they just keep going.
Yeah, they know BA doesn't have that tempered fate. He used it to try and save Eddie in almost like comical timing just before that last skill shot was gonna land from Kiaya. We got to like watch the killing blow frozen in time for so much longer than was necessary. GAM, though, able to take the kills, convert that pressure, and we go to this mid fight again here, right? Flashing forward, chains of corruption. His toe able to close that gap, kill going over to Eddie. So a really nice combo there. But Kiaya using that top lane role quest, TPs in, gets a really big barrier and applies so much damage. Eddie unable to escape because he had just used that flash. And here, his toe forced to ultimate because the damage Kiaya is able to pump out on this Jace is too much. And then they see his toe go in on this jungle camp, and Dragthar reads this spectacularly, knows he has the opportunity here. BA with no ult, his toe with no ult, to go in, and GAM was in the area. So I love that play from Dragthar. It wasn't too deep. GAM weren't able to back him up. This looks like Dragthar is leveling up.
Yeah, look, I think Dragthar has had a really good game so far. It's easy to say when he's 5-1, of course, but he has been making really good reads. He hasn't been making the mistakes that he was making last split, that he was getting criticized for. Bard ult will save the tower there. Always a little bit rough to use the Rift Herald against the Bard. As Dragthar's just going to go in. A huge Seraphine ult, but his toe separates the seas. And oh no, I think GAM have gone too aggressive here. There's a Realm Warp. Doesn't actually end up going off as 2 kills have already come in. Kiaya on the run. Kiaya taken down. Does not trade back. Oh no, 4 of them fall.
4 for none, and Team Secret Whales are going to take the kills and all of GAM's jungle here, which is what you do when you know the enemy jungler is dead. You invade. But let's take another look at this one. Dragthar pops that Rift Herald from over the wall. It is so sneaky. It is cheeky here.
We made the mistake of saying Dragthar was playing really well. We praised Dragthar. We should have done it. Because this is... I don't know.
Yeah, the encore follow-up was good, but his toe just front lines in, pun tanking. Unfortunately, the Realm Warp from D-Ray does not come through. It is interrupted, but it's not needed here as they just run Kiaya down. They knew that they had their ults up and GAM didn't from the previous fights, so they had all of the advantages. Team Secret Whales now in charge. They have the 2 Drakes. They have 1,500 gold lead at nearly 20 minutes, and the next Drake is up in 10 seconds, but so is the Baron. So which way will they go? They're looking for the fight.
They've caught on to Dragthar, is able to find his way out with that flag and drag. Chains of Corruption are down. Histo taking a bit of a chunk. but the Magical Journey allows them to cheat their way into the river. Eris not able to zone them off. Dragon has started. GAM need to fight their way onto this one. I don't think you want to give up Soul Point, but they're just going to have to, as the smite will come in. Can they force a fight on the way out? The Orn Horn has been blown. They're going to try and solo one out. They do it. Kiaya goes down. Drakthar is blunted by the Bard ult. Team Secret Whales have come out of nowhere and turned this game on its head. One mistake is too much. You cannot give this team anything at all, or they will take everything.
It's a clean ace coming out from Team Secret Whales here against GAM. They got the Drake, they got the clean ace, and now they're going to get the Baron. This is a massive swing in gold. Less than a minute ago, they were at 1.5. They're going to end at over 4,500 gold here, Carrix, as we get a replay. Pun, frontlining, keeping GAM away and out of that Dragon Pit. The Ash Arrow coming through half a second too late to prevent the Orn ult onto Kiaya, and Team Secret Whales just lock him down, take him out. Drakthar, tempered fate in the middle of all of Team Secret Whales. They are able to take him out at their leisure, but his toe on this Xin Zhao, absolute frontlining the rest of GAM, keeping them from trying to win out that sort of broken up fight. Just clean from Team Secret Whales. 5k gold lead as we go to Coach Comms from Seal.
Seal, yeah. See what he has to say.
Xong rồi mình nhấp xuống dưới, mình đai con xe nó, hiểu không? Cái quay sau nè, cái quay này nè, quay đợi ngải ra nè, mình ba mình cương mid, mình đẩy qua mid xong mình đi xuống bot đai nó nha. Xuống nè. Ok. Buôn gồng nha buôn, có gì khó quá thì rờ liên lính nha buôn. Thằng rừng nó đang ăn sói á, nó chuẩn bị tới chim á, giữ máu nha, quay này đẩy nè. Rồi để đi bóc nha. Giờ chờ đẩy quay chung nữa đi. Xong rồi.
His toe just gets a kill while we're listening to Coach Comms, by the way.
Yeah. His toe had just picked up a kill as this is going to turn into an even bigger fight. We have to interrupt the Coach Comms. His toe desperately trying to find more, can't quite do it. Kiaya does fight back.
Ultimately,
the Coach
a 1-for-1, but
seemed a little bit frantic, but at the same time, I've just heard a lot of sort of that team talk. I think that's just how they talk.
Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds like at least controlled and steady, right? So, like, obviously the language is, like, fast, but I was like, oh, this seems quite normal. But what I valued... Yeah?
I mean Seal. I've heard a lot of Seal talking.
Yeah.
He just kind of sounds like that.
What I really valued there, though, is not only are we getting Coach Comms, but you can hear the team responding to him as well. He's obviously, like, giving instruction, asking questions, providing advice, and the team is responding to him. Just blown
kind of
up there. Does have the Kraken, does have the Phantom Dancer, but we see this fight here that happened for Coach Comms. Artemis lets rip and does land onto BA, but GAM think they have an entry. His toe says no, goes in to protect BA, and unfortunately finds himself in the middle of 3 members of GAM. So they are able to turn that around and shut his toe down here. Close to getting Taki though. Really well played. Ooh,
yeah, it was a good fight back there, but unfortunately Artemis is just being completely shut out of this game. He's 0-6 at the moment, and the real big problem is you're 7k gold down against a Rise and an Orn. You're really more like 10k down at the moment.
Yeah, Orn, one of the tankiest top laners out there. You really need to have your AD online to crack that chestnut wide open, or in this case, the Forge. Oh, flash forward.
There is a big Bard ult holding things for now. Seraphine ult goes up the top of Eddie, will just explode. A good kill there, but Team Secret Whales answer back themselves. Kiaya desperate onto his toe, can't get it. Pun was dancing as they move forward. Taki taken low. Oh my word, Eris taken out. GAM collapse. Pun was literally dancing.
Pun does dance, and Team Secret Whales get themselves an ace for just their AD carry in Eddie. You will take that every single day. They are going to keep applying this pressure. They're going to crack open this bot side inhibitor turret, and you have to imagine they're going to go for the inhibitor as well. With 10 seconds plus left, it looks like they're going to reset. They're going to spend their gold and then come back out onto the Rift and try and secure this soul, because that fourth Drake of the game is up in 10 seconds time here, Carrick. As we see this fight again, Team Secret Whales, they're here. There's only two of them. Drakthar goes in aggressively. Flash into Cataclysm. Well-timed encore from Taki there. Unfortunately, only lands onto two. And it's Pun against the world. He's keeping Artemis, Taki, and Ares away. Yeah, I mean, he's got time for it. He's got the HP for it. D-Ray goes under the tower. And we do see in picture, Team Secret Whales secure the soul. They have the 10k gold lead. They have the Ocean Soul. This game is theirs to win right now as we cut to the second coach comms of the game.
I mean, surely this is just... well done, boys. Like, that's the only words that have to be said. I don't speak Vietnamese, but it seems like a lot of words to say well done, lads.
They look to be closing the game
taken down. Oh, 100%. This game is donezo.
Yeah, I love that we hear the players talking back as well.
100%. Nexus towers are falling. Team Secret Whales fight off the early aggression. Look at him! This cheeky boy as Pun dances on them again. He knows he is essentially immortal. There's a realm warp into the fountain. Team Secret Whales are styling on them as they take the Nexus. They take game one, and they show that Vietnam has new monarchs.
Well played by Team Secret Whales. Pun weathered the storm of Kiaya on that Jace in the top side so well. Like you called, he wasn't playing for lane, he was playing for game. And we do see those fan sides, they are fans of Team Secret Whales, so they have to be happy with how they have shown up here in the first game of tonight's best of 3 series between Team Secret Whales and GAM Esports. And I really did think that this would be a close game. The early game, it was close. It was like 6-6. It was like 7-9. But the moment Team Secret Whales got that first clean ace, they just found that second, third, fourth gear, and they never let up. They got ace after ace, and the charts tell the story. Team Secret Whales started to run away with it at the 20-minute mark, Carricks.
Yeah, look, as soon as things were even, that kind of meant GAM was behind. It was only really Kiaya that got an early game lead, which you'd expect in the lane that he was playing. Unfortunately, it just did not convert to anything, and Team Secret Whales, his toe and D-Ray just ran away with it.
Yeah, and that's the duo that we were talking about before coming into the game tonight. It was like, I'd really like to see this jungle mid lane duo, synergize and apply the pressure. And Team Secret Whales absolutely did. As we start our highlights here with his bot side on to Team Secret Whales is Eddie. Both flashes burnt here, trying to get Eddie. And he starts his recall, he's got his healing potion, and here's where I was like, yes, Drakthar, this is a fantastic play. Gets that ward down, knows exactly where Eddie is, flash flag drag to secure the kill, but his toe, showing his class, understands and reads what's going on here, gets the counter kill, keeps sort of Team Secret Whales in this. Drakthar, again though, applying pressure on the bot side, really trying to get Artemis and Taki ahead, which unfortunately never eventuated despite all this proactivity, because Team Secret Whales countered with their own. They brought so many members to this bot side. At one stage, 4v1ing Artemis, and just Artemis had such a bad game because of the overwhelming pressure Team Secret Whales kept applying, Carricks.
Yeah, look, it really was just dominant. This is what we want out of Team Secret Whales, though. We want to see them playing to their plans. We want to see them coming back from first ed even stronger than they were last split. I think Drakthar, look, this is not a great highlight for him on screen at the moment, but I do actually think he played quite well this game. he ends up dying a fair bit, but it was sort of not his fault. He's playing Jarvan. If the team is behind, he's going to look really bad. But in the early game, in the early to mid game, he looked really nice. I think he can come back in game 2 and make this one interesting.
I do agree that Drakthar looked much cleaner this game. He's clearly improved. He's not overextending and leaving himself high and dry. Unfortunately here, Team Secret Whales just had every answer to Drakthar diving into that back line, and they had his toe in the front line. They broke GAM apart, and it was just an unfair situation everywhere. So there wasn't overly much that it felt like GAM could do, and I think this was a good call from Drakthar. There was 4 members of GAM, but Team Secret Whales just responded so quickly. And that Ash arrow landed onto his toe, stunned him up. And we do see, as you've called out, Pun dancing, emoting in the middle of this fight. I mean, that's just straight up disrespect, to be honest.
Yeah, but he recognizes that he's just invincible. There isn't a huge amount that the champions on GAM can do. It takes... Look how long Artemis is auto-attacking him here. He's just dancing. He's not doing anything. Artemis auto-attacks him like 10 times and does half his health. Like, he's never, ever dying.
Yeah.
This was really good by Team Secret Whales. They played a super controlled, long game. And game 2, GAM, what are we going to do?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the game plan from Team Secret Whales there was let Pun play weak side, let him farm, let him be stable, and let's absolutely bully and keep Artemis down, because a weak Artemis means Pun, as you said, will be immortal. But we will have to see if GAM have any answers in game 2 of tonight's best of 3 series right after this break, Carricks, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
darkness can never
Welcome back to Game 2 of tonight's Best of 3 series between Team Secret Wales and GAM in this hoot and this holler and this explosive VCS derby we've started here, Carrix.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it was close, and then it really, really wasn't. Team Secret Wales absolutely ran away with it. Their comp came together, and while I do think GAM showed some signs of improvement, it was not enough to take down the reigning LCP champion.
Yeah, absolutely. I was inspired by those improvements we have seen coming out of Draktar. I frankly don't think there was one time he went too deep without the support of GAM. It just came down to sort of that team diff. It felt like Team Secret Wales read GAM like a book. They had the players in the area at the time that they needed them to be to respond, and they just turned those fights around. Obviously, that early game, it was quite even. GAM got a small lead. Team Secret Wales got a small lead. It was kind of 1-for-1 trading happening all over the shop. But let's see if GAM has a response here in this game too. Are they able to draft diff Team Secret Wales, or will they be able to team diff them on the Rift as we see the first bans? Karma, just that priority on that support. Banned away. Vibe, the guaranteed engage also, and Rumble. So there will be no Rumble Cassante matchup here in this game too, Carrix.
There will be no Rumble Cassante, something I'm sure we're all happy to get a break from, and I know I certainly am. Karma also taken away, that sort of second string, well, not even second string, the second of the poke enchanters, along with the Seraphine, that is, of course, also Fearless out. So let's see where the teams want to go. Trackbar, once again, will not get access to his Nocturne. Where do we think Trackbar goes?
Yeah, and I mean, that like you said, that Nocturne, that classic VCS pick, obviously Team Secret Whales have banned it, but it's also kind of like a soft ban to themselves, right? Because they're also VCS, they also like to run this Nocturne. It is such a staple. Pun laughing as he hovers his volley bear. Is he like toying with them? Is he like hovering the volley to be like, I could play this, but I don't need to beat you? Because that's the kind of energy I'm getting out of Pun right now, Carrots.
He's certainly a bit cheeky at the moment. Pantheon and Wukong locked in for the junglers. Actually, both of them getting something really comfortable and strong. Ezreal, and it looks like Yunara, we are flying through this draft as the teams seem to know exactly what they want.
Yeah, they both have drafts in mind, compositions they want to bring out here right now, as we do have that Pantheon locked in for Team Secret Whales, Wukong for GAM, followed up swiftly by that Ezreal, so that sort of hypermobility AD on the bot side for Artemis. He will be able to avoid a lot of the punishment that the Team Secret Whales would look to put down on him. But the classic bot side duo, Yunara, Lulu, it is such an oppressive bot lane. There's so much slow move speed, you know, the CC as well, the polymorph that Lulu can bring in, the protection and peel. It's just a force to be reckoned with. But Akali made it through the bans and has been picked up by Ares. This is an exciting pick, Carrots.
It is. This is something he's actually been really effective on as well. He's super explosive, is able to find the backline. Now, it's not super easy here. Getting onto a Yunara that has a Lulu protecting it is super hard. But if anyone can do it, I do believe in Ares. Galio taken away as well, trying to get rid of more peel that could come in.
Yeah, you do like that sort of anti-AP tank that Galio can bring to the mid lane. So GAM, they've banned it away to prevent it from coming through to D-Ray here and answering into Akali. We've also got the ban onto Nico, that engaged support, absolute monster and able to break apart so many team fights here with that pick. So I do like the ban. It is a smart heads up ban here, Carrix, as they follow it up with Nah. Oh, goodness, that's another ban.
Lysandra, interesting stuff, but yeah, it is something that plays well into the Akali, is really good at just preventing aggression as well. The current hover is this Leona, would make a lot of sense, a bit of secondary engage, able to, you know, just put things onto, oh, it's the Anivia support.
Ooh. We love the Anivia support. We've seen this Anivia so often on the international stage, as well as a little bit here in the LCP. And it has definitely risen in priority, I would say, this year, Carrix. Getting that wall down, putting the early points into it as the support, just zoning, preventing you from escaping the engage that GAM want to bring against you. I really like that pick, because the wall not only prevents their escape, but it also prevents their engage onto you. It's just such a good pick, as well as the stun.
Yeah, look, if Taki can pull it off, it is an incredible pick. And if anyone can do it, I mean, Taki has pulled out a lot of crazy things in the past. The Annie locked in as well for the mid lane. D-Ray just gonna play that sort of supporting engage style. Where do we go? It is Kia's pick. It could be a Vayne. I don't think it'll be, but it could be a Vayne.
Could you imagine if they finally locked in a Vayne? Like, we have been talking about it, and come
makes a lot of sense.
Where's the Vayne? It does. It makes a lot more sense. But we don't like sense here. We like Vaynes. So they're gonna have to lock it in one day, Carrix.
I play top lane. I don't like Vayne. I play tanks. I don't want to see Vayne. I want her to go back to bot lane. Get out of my lane.
Yeah, you're like, no, thank you. I bet you would have been loving the whole Varus top lane domination in solo queue.
So good. My. But I'll take Gwen. I like Gwen a lot.
Yeah, Gwen is a fantastic frontliner. Obviously, not so tanky, but the amount of damage that she can bring out and that Shroud does increase her survivability and value in those team fights later on. So it will be interesting to see how GAM is going to utilize Gwen here. As we do see the coaches, they do that respectful GG, the fist bump. They're going to walk off the stage, and now it is over to the players. The only time these coaches will get to interact with these players again is during those 3 allotments of coach comms, those 45 seconds per team, 3 per game coach comms, which we do get those listen-ins on now. And I love that we get the coaches and we get the players. But this is our best of 3 match. It's the second one of the night between the VCS's Team Secret Whales and the VCS's GAM Esports Carricks. I'm hoping GAM can bounce back and make this a competitive 3-game series.
We always hope for a 3rd game, so we're all GAM fans in this one. But I do think Team Secret Whales have put themselves together a really, really good composition here. But it's not as good when Histo just gets beaten up a little bit at level 1.
Yeah, I mean, they're fighting across the rift. Even on the top side, Kiaya getting the better of Pun here, trading into that health bar a little stronger as we see the skins. Renekton versus Soulfighter Gwen, Ruthless Pantheon versus General Wukong. That's a good matchup. Frostfire Annie into Infernal Akali. Love that one. Spirit Blossom Springs Yunara into Frosted Ezreal. And a Wicked Lulu into that Black Frost Anivia. I do note that Yunara was running a Chroma as well, kind of changing up the color combination over the traditional skin. Oh, goodness.
For sure, but we have a top lane Biffo at level 1. Kiaya using that Ignite, able to get a huge amount of priority as Pun was forced to flash away.
Yeah, Pun burning that flash, Kiaya burning that Ignite. Kiaya up in the CS right now, does have that level priority too, knows it and walks forward, zoning Pun away. So, I mean, it is a Renekton though, does have that sustainability, can heal back up if he finds some good wave clear here. And I mean, I guess we're watching Kiaya trying not to let this wave crash in, goes in.
Yeah, he does get a nice little snip onto Pun. Pun does have that Fury Bar stacked up. We'll be able to heal up with the Q. I don't think he's in danger of dying, but certainly is a lot of priority in favor of Kiaya. Taki on the bottom side is chunked pretty low as well.
Yeah, Taki getting a low, had to respect the potential burst here that Eddie could have brought down and cracked that egg wide open, but nothing more will come from it. It is a trade. Pun dives in, not allowing Kiaya to trade back as he dives straight back out of that one. Willing to go toe-to-toe with Kiaya despite that, like, lesser health bar in that top lane. We do see the junglers. They are both in their bot side jungles. Drakthar just a camp ahead on CS. Histo catches up as I speak the words, Carricks.
Conqueror is stacked. Pun's played this well, but has to play around his CDs as Kiaya gets a snip ready. Can he get the E? No, he doesn't quite have the catch as he's not running that Ghost. He's running Ignite Teleport. Not able to bear down on Pun there, so he will be able to escape.
Yeah, well played by Pun. He knew his limits. I mean, you don't dance on your opponents when you don't know your limits.
Oh, Eddie has to flash. In comes Drakthar. Bang! Brings down the stick. And GAM take first blood.
It's a replay of game 1, Carricks. Taki and Artemis able to get Eddie low. Drakthar in the area, able to follow. Flash forward into the whack from the Wukong. Nets himself first blood, gets that first blood gold bounty here too. So it's good to see them still having that same energy, still having that same proactivity in the early game. It's now a matter of, can they sort of keep up that energy? Can they convert it into the mid game? Keep applying this pressure. Histo, vision control.
He sneaks in, does steal away these Krugs, but I don't actually know if he wants the fight here. Wukong is really strong early. Kiaya is stronger than Pun. You're going to be able to chase him off. Another dash forward there. They don't really have any CC to stop him, but they do blow his toes flash. The first move is coming in from D-Ray, so GAM have to back off this one.
Yeah, Pun just walks into this 1v2 fearlessly despite how low his toe was, and is able to zone them away, protects his jungler fantastically too, because his toe was deep. But as we take a look at this bot side, the stun wall from Taki trapping Eddie on the wrong side, allowing that damage to come through and Drakthar to finish that one out. Beautifully executed, just proving why this Anivia is such a powerful pick in that support role. Just really enables their AD carry.
Another fight on the top side. It's kind of never ending. Pun actually doing a really good job catching up, able to just keep clearing out the waves in a losing matchup. But it is GAM, just that little bit of a lead, as you said. Where is it all going to break open?
Yeah, I mean, the Drake is on the Rift now as a great wall stun combo comes through again, Carrix.
Oh, good poly. Really good poly. Artemis is in so much trouble, has to flash away, will get taken down by BA. This should be traded back by Drakthar, but I just don't know how much that matters. You take that every day of the week.
Yeah, BA flashing forward to secure the kill on Artemis, but leaves himself right there for sort of Drakthar as well to come in and finish the fight out. BA going down. Drakthar now accelerated 2 kills, both kills onto the jungler of GAM with Drakthar. He's in the right places at the right time. And this is what he was doing in game 1 as well. He was in the right places. He was getting those ganks and dives with the backing of GAM, but Team Secret Whales just sort of out-team fight them in those situations. But here, where the team isn't around, Draktar's presence, Draktar's timing is on point. There it is, that stun wall combo, Carrix. Got the shields, got the barrier as well, tried to survive. Yeah, absolutely. Just keeps them alive, flash forward, finishes that kill. But I think BA had to know, as we go back to live.
Oh, we come straight back to live, and there's already been a kill onto Drakthar, traded onto his toe, though. Aris needs to find his way into this one, kiting it out. Low HP, but there's so many for him to prey on, he can't get onto them. Oh no, Kiaya boxed out as well. The flash forward, the E isn't enough. GAM don't manage to find everything they want in this one. BA moving forward, Pun trying to get onto this. Anivia will be able to pop that passive, but now you've got to deal with the Gwen, and of course, a returning Drakthar. Kiaya can't get the damage down. Pun wins it out. Drakthar arrives, does manage to find it, but it's his toe. It's round number 2. Drakthar just got here, and I think he's going to be taken down. No, dashes away to the Raptors. Good stuff there by GAM. My word, what a back and forth play.
Yeah, really extended fight there. Great job from both teams to keep that one going. They refuse to kind of let the other side win, and you wouldn't know it. We're 7.5 minutes into the game, and we are dead even. 4 kills aside. Gold diff, there is none, and the first Drake still hasn't even been taken here, Carrix. The grubs are about to arrive on Summoner's Rift. These junglers, they're more interested in getting their lanes ahead. They're more interested in getting their team kills on the board than these jungle objectives, but I feel like now is the time. They're going to clear their camps. They're going to have to get out there and take these objectives. As we replay onto this fight, his toe knows there's 2. Taki and Drakthar in the area, getting that critical stun onto his toe, but not the wall to prevent his toe getting onto Drakthar. D-Ray flashing forward with that classic sort of Annie combo, just without the tibbers. And Ares finds his way in, but he's brought so low so early, it's really hard for him to commit and keep fighting. He tries to go back in, but they just had the answers. Team Secret Whales take him out. That shield from D-Ray, perfectly timed, preventing Taki, burning that flash and unable to get the kill, and then they also get the passive out of him. You just know that Pun knew this was a one-way trip going in. He is able to secure Kiaya, to his credit, but does ultimately go down from Drakthar, who was killed at the top of this fight, Carrix, and he comes back. The fight goes for so long.
Yeah, it was a crazy one for sure. As we come back to live, and GAM are getting themselves a dragon.
Yep, first dragon of the game taken at that 9-minute mark. That's got to be one of the later drakes we've seen. And the mountain drake giving that armor and magic resistance, that sort of extra durability. Eddie cops that arcane barrage from Artemis, throws it over the top because of that wall from Anivia. Taki, proving so annoying, has been involved in all 4 kills so far for the side of GAM. But we take a breather. The map resets. There is a control ward in the grub pit, so GAM will know if Team Secret Whales go for it. And this top side lane, they're just getting that CS. They're stacking it up. Pun doing pretty well for himself. He's keeping even with Kiaya on this Gwen right now, Carrix.
Yeah, has managed to fight back. I think Kiaya getting a little bit punished. Pantheon ult does come in. A little bit of aggression onto Aris. There's a flash followed up with the Tibbers. Not a lot Aris can do. Oh, uses the ult. Actually might be able to find his way out and does. Woohoo! Okay, Aris.
A really high value ult there. So many resources committed from the side of Team Secret Whales to try and get onto Ares, and Ares just ults away to survive, and that's a win in my books and surely in his too. He is down on the CS front, and the priority does have GAM on the grubs here. We do see Drakthar. He's taken 2 so far, and it looks like he will get a clean set of 3. And I would contend that it was a mistake in game 1 that he didn't take all 3 grubs. Showed a lot of respect to BA on that Bard roaming and had another opportunity a little bit later, but he's not looking to repeat the same mistakes here in this game 2, Carrix.
No, he is not. This is just locking it all down. He is the only player with the individual lead. Of course, bot lane is basically dead even. It's changing from minion to minion. But Drakthar does actually have like a bit of a real lead with these 3 kills. I also think Drakthar in game 1, in the early to mid game, looked really good. A bit of a glow up from him, but we just need to see him move that forward and keep the pressure on.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? So you set the pace by applying this pressure early, and then you want to keep that pressure. You want to maintain that. D-Ray just goes straight in. He just runs forward, and he's like, ha-ha! But Drakthar, so much patience here in the mid lane. D-Ray pops that Akali emote, backs away when Drakthar shows himself. But Taki being an absolute menace on this bot side. We've said it before, we'll say it again. That wall stun combo leaves Eddie high and dry. However, BA has been protecting his AD fantastically. Right now, both ADs have only died 1 time. It is 4 kills apiece. But taking a quick look at the map, we can see that GAM has some good vision down in their side and through the major objectives, whereas Team Secret Whales
scrapping. His toe comes in, picks up the kill.
Yeah, all right. D-Ray just absolutely went for it into Ares, and his toe in the right area at the right time. Team Secret Whales find that kill onto the mid laner of GAM.
Another fight breaking out. Dyer already going low. Drakthar desperately trying to chase him down, but can't. And it's gone a little bit wrong in the last 2 minutes as Team Secret Whales accelerate to about 1.5k ahead.
Yeah, BA flashing the emote there. Pun, confident, moving forward.
Oh, Kiaya in trouble, dives under the tower. They take him down. The wheels are off the wagon. They're losing something everywhere.
Yeah, 3 kills in the last minute alone here, Carrix. It feels like Team Secret Whales have said, right, we've hit our items, we've got our power spikes. Now is the time to apply the pressure and really drive home this advantage and start to sort of win the game. As Taki, D-Ray has roamed from mid to this bot side. Taki is following. Does D-Ray know?
Taki is coming in. The wall is great against Annie. No real counterplay to it. Might just try and trade onto RS. Is going low, but should be able to clean him up. Oh, no! RS, you can't be dying there.
2v1, D-Ray still gets it done into Ares. That is a disaster. That is not what you want to see here. Ares, this isn't going to be the kill onto Ares earlier. D-Ray just into the darkness there, the blind vision, manages to clip Ares, gets the damage down. Ares tries to flash away, and his toe cleans it up. And then we go back to the top side. The Pun moving forward so comfortably, so confidently, knows his toe is going to be coming down, gets the damage, tanks up the tower. His toe finishes the job. Juggled beautifully there. As GAM, they do still want to be proactive. Drakthar has moved onto this Drake, but Team Secret Whales, they're bringing the numbers down quicker. They're going to contest this Drake.
Yeah, that they are, but I don't know if it's going to work out as Taki's already been caught, put into the passive. The egg's been scrambled. As GAM have lost their support, the Dragon is going low. It's going to come down to a smite. Drakthar does that part well, pays with his life as they talk about who to give it to, and in the end, it's his toe. But Team Secret Whales, I don't think they really care about the Drake. They're just taking the kills, taking the towers, and taking the lead.
Yeah, 2.7k gold lead at 15-minute mark is definitely not something you can sneeze at. You've got to go, ooh, okay, it's starting to build up. Taki does still have an individual gold lead, but that's your support. It doesn't really matter. As we see here, Taki walks forward confidently, even flashes the emote, but gets polymorphed by BA, realizes, uh-oh, has to flash, still goes down, cracks the passive as well. With that priority in the mid lane, we do see Pun and Eddie, not Eddie, Pun still in the mid lane, clearing the wave, getting that pressure as the three rotate down. Yes, they missed a Drake, but they clean up Drakthar in the back end and they chunk that mid tier 1. You have to imagine they're going to try and break it open soon because that Rift Herald is still in the pit.
Exactly. The Rift Herald still being there. A teleport coming in as all of the members are around. The huge health shield we get from the roll quest should keep Kiaya safe for a little while. Of course, just gets broken by Pun. His toe is here as well. A good play by Taki probably stops this dive. A big ult Kiaya kind of across everyone as Ares is jumping in. I don't know how well that's gone. Pun will be the one to fall. Ares doing it. Good ult by Drakthar, buying a lot of space. Now D-Ray very, very far forward, but has the bear to keep him safe. Warded off by the Wukong. In the end, it is just that one kill onto Pun.
Yeah, Pun, I think, knew that he had to go into that back line to try and push GAM off the rest of the team. He saw the writing on the wall and was like, okay, we've overplayed our hand here. We've overcommitted. This is a fight that GAM look like they want to take. Pun will dive the back line, push them away, sacrifice himself so the rest of Team Secret Whales can escape. And then they're going to convert that topside pressure that they did build for themselves, even though they lost the fight, into this Rift Herald that we were talking about a little earlier, Carrix. It's been on the Rift for long enough. Team Secret Whales have said, yep, we want this. You know, the topside tier 1 turret, only one plate, but Coach Com's coming through. Yep, so there was some OKs going on. We could hear them, you know, communicating, understanding, acknowledging.
Yep, it's a bit of back and forth. It's mostly the players talking, honestly. It doesn't seem like Null is just adding on to it. As we are looking for a play onto Pun potentially, but oh yeah, we definitely are with Drakthar here as well. No, just going to be recalls.
Oh, Pun. Oh, no, Pun.
Pun has walked the wrong way, caught out. The wall is up, has the slice, and just gets away. On the top side, Ares moved in onto D-Ray, but look at the damage coming back. He plays the space perfectly, and BA will get the kill. In goes the Herald. It's Team Secret Whales attacking on every front.
Yeah, look, with GAM having 3 on the bot side, unable to shut down that pun, it left Team Secret Whales pretty free and available. Crack open this tier 1 turret in the top side, secure RS in the middle and that tier 1 in the middle, with the Rift Herald getting another charge off in the mid tier 2 of GAM. So they played that, great engage from RS. The patience there, but he just wasn't expecting BA to be in the area. BA beautifully placing himself between RS and D-Ray. So D-Ray doesn't get clipped and it doesn't give RS that access he so critically needs onto D-Ray. That is the support that I want on my team, putting their body on the line, preventing those abilities, connecting onto the juicy target that is D-Ray here, Carrick's. Beautifully played. Excellent cross map as we go to a Team Secret Whales Coach Comms.
Yeah, Coach Comms firing back and forth. Both Nor and Seal needing to have a bit of a chat to their team.
Yeah, we'll have a bit of a listen in here, see if we can glean any information. That's probably one of my favorite things about these coach comms, is that we can hear obviously the coaches talking, but we can also hear the players talking. So it is very much a back and forth. It's more of like a consultation rather than a do this, do that.
Which is what you want, for sure. The players need to be empowered. As his toe is on the dragon, looking to get Team Secret Whales on the objective board.
Yeah, for sure. The Team Secret Whales using that sort of pressure, using that priority to have that 4K gold lead to prevent GAM from being able to stack up any more of those Drakes. That is their second jungle objective of the game. They managed to secure the Rift Herald. They managed to secure that third Drake. But GAM, they're in the area. They know his toes here trying to get this blue buff. Well, yeah.
They do manage to take away the blue buff. They get the blue buff. They get out. Team Secret Whales just kind of dominating at this point. RS, do you really want to tangle with Pun? I don't think you do.
Yeah, Pun is, I think it's safe to say, Pun is not scared of RS on this Akali. This Akali has not been accelerated as Null comes through again for GAM.
Yeah, another coach comm coming in. GAM seemingly have a lot to talk about, which, yeah, frankly, I guess they do.
Nó bắt ở này mà, bắt luôn á. Đây à, bạn này không? Sao đây? Sao này? Anh đi không rồi nữa. Đây, bạn này chạy ra đây, bạn chạy đẩy mét này. Qua chim ta luôn.
Okay.
Probably.
I have to imagine they're trying to talk about how can we come from behind here. They're 4K gold down. They do have a small Drake advantage. Pun just slices and dices away. Checking the Herald. Yeah, okay. So they were checking the Baron there just to make sure that Team Secret Whales hadn't started that one up, because at the time they didn't have vision. They've got it down now, so they will know if Team Secret Whales starts this up. It feels like that coach comms was like, hey guys, it's a 20-minute mark. We've got to pay attention to the Baron, get some vision control. They're probably going to want to try and pull the trigger on that and close this game out. We have to prevent that.
That they do, as BA does get chunked out there by Artemis. He's able, like, this Ezreal is going to deal a huge amount of damage if he's allowed to actually just spam out those Qs in the fight. Not a super easy thing to do, though. He is going to be getting jumped on. It's his toe, it's Pun, it's Tibbers from D-Ray. There's so many threats to Artemis, and the rest of his team is just not going to be playing with him. They're all going to be going forward.
Yeah, and we do take a quick look at that vision control. It's worth noting his toe just came through that Baron pit and cleared it out. Team Secret Whales has all the vision control. They're moving in. They're trying to clear that sort of deeper jungle vision. GAM, they know this is happening because they're seeing their wards disappear and they are responding. Half their team is here in this mid lane. Artemis just throws that ult down the mid to try and help clear the wave, get that priority. because if Team Secret Whales pull the trigger on this Baron, they need to be ready to respond. And right now, it is at all critical vision control war happening right now. GAM, they're bringing the numbers. Pun is defending this bot side. GAM knows Pun is on the bot, but Pun does have a TP. He can TP in at a moment's notice and turn the tides back in the favor of Team Secret Whales if this fight does break out. Look at all these wards being committed. I think there's been 10 or 15 placed here in the last minute, Carrix, as they are vying for control.
Yeah, it is a back and forth vision battle. So far, it does look like Team Secret Whales are coming out pretty on top of it, though. They have just that ward at the back of the red bush, in the tri bush on top side as well, just really able to choke out GAM's movements. But it is the continued Baron dance, just back and forth. Another coach comm comes in as the Baron is started up by TSW. Does GAM read this one correctly?
Taki gets the vision down. They know what's happening. TP committed. The fight's going to break out here, Carrix.
It definitely should. 7k health on the Baron. Pun is walled off for the moment, but he's not too worried about it. Drakthar is hex gating over to make sure he can get in range for a smite. Baron will reset. GAM can just peel off this one. Drakthar uses that clone, gets away, diffuses the situation.
I have to imagine Team Secret Whales are happy with that. They have the TP advantage now because they forced Ares to commit his to meet their Baron play. And I did like that we were hearing those player comms as that Baron fight started to break out. They started to make the calls. It was like, yes, go, 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 go. Or, pull away, break off. Obviously, we don't know what is being said exactly, but it's that clear and snappy communication coming through from Team Secret Whales, because that was the coach comm we were listening in on. As D-Ray, he does flash forward, tries to get something done on Artemis, but Artemis instantly respects it, flashes himself. But that is such a critical flash burnt. And Team Secret Whales, they're going to look to secure themselves their second Drake. It will be the fourth of the game. They started up, but immediately back off here, Carrix.
Ooh, engage does come in. Drakthar using that Cyclone. Really good job splitting the fight, but Eddie still full health. The Hextech Drake does go down. Aris having to ult away. D-Ray taking a lot of damage, but does manage to survive. The Lulu ultimate means he can trade in his toe. Jumping onto the back. Artemis has to find his way to the Blast Cone. Can't do it. Team Secret Whales take the dragon, take the fight.
Yeah, that flashless Artemis, absolutely. There was no escape there. Obviously, D-Ray flashing forward earlier, burning Artemis's flash. It comes back to haunt Artemis probably less than a minute later here in that fight. Really clean from Team Secret Whales. They started up the Drake. They forced Ares and Artemis to answer Drakthar as well. And then they disengaged, gave the Drake over to GAM, so forced them kind of into that Drake fight, and then turned back around and were able to secure the kills and the Drake. Now having two Hex Drakes for themselves, it's two apiece. Team Secret Whales, it feels like they're in control, but it definitely feels like GAM's not out of this one, right? It's 27 minutes. It's sort of been teetering around the 4.5k gold lead mark for a few minutes now, and I think if GAM is just able to get a really solid pick, they would win the 5v4.
It is a pretty tricky one to call. Let's have a look at this fight. It started out with some good plays by D-Ray.
Yeah, Drakthar obviously had to get out of dodge ASAP because Team Secret Whales brought the numbers down. His toe ulting in the backlines zoned Artemis back into the jungle towards that Drake pit, but the action hasn't stopped.
It has not. They're going straight back in. Histo has gone down. A big shutdown for Kiaya. Will be traded on to Drakthar, and Pun is in the back line. It's trades back and forth. Ares managing to get onto D-Ray, take him out. Kiaya is caught, is taken out. Baron recall. Well, sorry, not Baron recall. The mid lane quest recall gets Ares to safety, but it's just a scrap in the jungle.
Yeah, Eddie just allowed to free fire onto Ares there as he is forced to just run for his life. We do take a quick look at that gold lead. It's still around the 4.5k mark for Team Secret Wales. An individual gold lead over to Kiaya, though, on that Gwen. Given enough time with that Dusk and Dawn and space, could run through the back lines of Team Secret Wales, but they've seen this Gwen. They know what it can do, and they are playing around it very, very well here. As we do go back to this fight, we see Drakthar Hex over the back. Kiaya TPs into the back lines. Team Secret Wales, they know that GAM is closing in, and they retreat fantastically, preventing, obviously, you know, an overwhelming GAM fight. And then Pun, he TPs into the back of GAM. They're not allowed to escape. He bullies 2-3 members of GAM, which allows Team Secret Wales to turn around on that front side, and they kind of counter-pincer GAM there, Carrix. I really do like the timing and placement of Pun's TP. And now they're going to start up the Baron. They're going to force GAM to come into them. They know they don't have too many TPs available.
Another fight around this Baron. It seems like we've been doing that a lot. His toe only gets onto the clone as Pun chunked out. Has to get the Lulu wall. Running away. RS will pick him up. It's traded for a lot of health on GAM, but a kill is a kill as Taki, a lovely wall, stops Eddie as that Yunara ult is just kind of time out. Team Secret Wales control the position, but GAM have the numbers.
Yeah, I really do like that wall. You can tell that he waited for Eddie on the Yunara to slide over the wall to throw another wall into his face, and it locked him down very beautifully. That angle meant that Eddie could not get out. That transcendence, that ultimate just absolutely whiffs, not able to apply that serious amount of damage and burst that a Yunara can bring down. With that Fiend Hunter's Bolt, that Kraken Slayer, if he's able to find an angle, can really do a lot of damage. So great wall from Taki there. And I do like that fight from GAM. Like I said, they're not out of this one. They just need to find the right pick. And that was an example of it. They've cut the gold lead from 4.5k down to 3.5k. But Team Secret Wales, they want more. They've started the Baron, and a great ult from Artemis spots it out.
Team Secret Wales are still on this. 7,000 health. Here's Toe setting things up. Getting lower and lower. There's the smite coming in. Pun is trying to make his way onto that Kiaya, dealing a lot of damage onto D-Ray. Can they get it done? No, Kiaya gets locked up, taken down, traded in onto the mid laner from Team Secret Wales. RS trying to find their way out. They can't quite do it. Eddie dances his way through. Drakthar moving in with the Cyclone. Can he take down Eddie? No, he cannot. It's 4 members of GAM down, only one of Team Secret Wales. Team Secret Wales get the Baron. The Dragon is on the map, and the game is in their sights.
Yeah, Team Secret Wales played that fantastically. Obviously, a 4 for a 1 there. Credit to RS. He did play that pretty well as well. That was probably the best showing I've seen from him this game. But Team Secret Wales, they're running down mid. They know that GAM only has 1 member for the next 20 seconds. Carrix, they're going in. They look like they're going to try and end here.
They are absolutely going to end. Team Secret Wales, the reigning champs of the LCP, remind us all why they wear that crown as they dismantle GAM, and the Wales are winners.
Clean 2-0 from Team Secret Wales here tonight in the VCS Best of 3 derby. And even in defeat, you can tell GAM, they were like, you guys got the best of us. It's still smiles. It's still respectful fist bumps. Take a bow, legends. They are continuing their form that they displayed through LCP Split 1 and First Stand. They were able to get those early advantages through their top and jungle, and even when Pun was under pressure, he was able to maintain. He never crumbled, and then they converted that into success across the rift. They prioritized their objectives, they contested the team fights, and they just got the better. Like we saw, like it was called out, Pun dancing with that Ornn in the middle of literal fights. I don't think I've seen that in the LCP yet.
No, I certainly don't think we have. That was a dominant performance. Two very dominant performances tonight, Logan. And I think we know who to keep our eye on in this split.
Yeah, for sure. SHG have shown that they are maintaining their LCP Split 1 playoffs run form, and so is Team Secret Wales with numbers this big. Kiaya really tried to get the work done, nearly 30k, second most damage on the Rift here, Carrix, but that gold chart, it does not lie. At around that sort of 12-minute mark, Team Secret Wales went, yep, this is our game. They put down the pedal to the metal and ran away with it from there.
That they did. It was, it looked like maybe GAM had a bit of a chance early on. I do think Taki made some really nice plays on this Anivia, but it just stopped working. This in particular was a pretty excellent play from D-Ray, as in the 1v2 manages to get a 1-for-1 and only goes down to support at the end. A well-deserved player of the match.
Yeah, the plays he was making on that rise as well, using that realm warp, that innate ability to just absolutely turn fights in their favor, that 4v1 on to Artemis on the bot side. I think this is a well-deserved player of the match. For me, an absolute close second would have to be Pun here too. He played fantastically in that top side. It just felt like GAM... I want to shout out Drakthar. It feels like he's improved. It feels like he's making better calls in his jungle role with those aggressive junglers. But it just feels like in this situation here tonight, Team Secret Wales had the better overall team fighting going on. They responded to the fights quicker. They brought more members quicker. And Taki had a game on this. Anivia was just putting those walls in the right places, right times, and throwing the stuns to combo beautifully, Carrix.
Yeah, it was really lovely stuff here. I think Team Secret Wales just really reminding us who they are, why they're on top, showing us that first stand was just a little blip in the road. They are still an incredible team. And I'm so excited to watch them for the rest of this LCP split. So far, there have been 3 big results, I'd say, this week that sort of maybe didn't go the way we expected. I think this is going to be a great split.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited. It's nice to see, the teams that performed well last split still performing well this split, but it's also exciting to see the MVK with their brand new roster performing exceptionally well into the likes of Relove DCG. So it really just changes up that story and adds another layer of, hope, another layer of storytelling here. Pun still that fearsome top lane boss that I don't think any other team has really found an answer into yet. So maybe with more time, they will get that one. This was one of my favorite fights. This was like one of those longer, more protracted fights where both teams were committed to it. Like Drakthar died at the start, and then the fight went for so long that he was able to, survive through, come back to the fight once he'd respawned already here. And VCS derbies, Carrix, they always deliver, and tonight didn't disappoint. Multiple TPs, multiple flanks, pincer angles. It was excitement from woe to go.
That it absolutely was, and I do love when these teams play each other. They've got so much history. They know each other so well. But it is Team Secret Wales getting the best of GAM in this one. I'm excited to see later on in the split if they match up again in the in the playoffs. If GAM can find the secret sauce to get themselves over the Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, really do enjoy learning, understanding these teams, really seeing improvements in these individual players. Again, credit to Drakthar, but Team Secret Wales, they clearly ran the Rift tonight. They had the measure of GAM. Most of these games, they were able to keep Artemis down and out. They were able to keep Artemis quiet. And BA was able to run blocker so effectively for D-Ray as well, putting himself in the way of Ares's Akali there, taking those hits. But we take a look at today's results. Both best of 3 matches here. CFO lost 2-0 to SHG, and Team Secret Wales defeated GAM 2-0 in that VCS derby. So both 2-0 sweeps here, Carrix. Great weekend so far.
Absolutely a fantastic weekend in the LCP is back and better than ever. The SoftBank Hawks in particular were ridiculous in their match against CFO. The first perfect game I think I've seen in like probably years. Ever since Grubs and Tower Crystals came in, it's like almost impossible to get a perfect game, but they did it. Game 2, they did do it, and that is incredibly impressive.
It's a statement for sure. They are now tied in the top spot alongside Ground Zero Gaming and Team Secret Wales. We have now seen every single team play so far. And the reason MVK isn't up there is because they were a 2-1 win, whereas everybody else has had a clean sweep. But let's take a look ahead to next week, because this is split 2 of the LCP. We only play on Saturdays and Sundays now, and we start 3 hours later than we did in split 1. So next weekend, next Saturday, is CFO versus DFM, and then followed up by MVK Esports into GAM Esports. Yet another VCS derby, Carricks. You've got to be keen for that.
I really am, and I actually think I think both of these matches are super interesting. I think CFO had a bit of a stumble in their games today. I think going up against DFM gives them a chance to bounce back, to sort of right the ship. And GAM against MVK, we need to see, is this MVK roster legit? Are they actually going to be able to push through and take down their fellow VCS brothers?
I mean, here in the LCP, we've got it all. We've got the Pentakillers. We've got the perfect games. We've got the Academy rosters promoted. We've got the veterans. If you are not watching the LCP, why not? Because even this first weekend has showcased the best we have to offer. But Carricks, we will be back next weekend. Thank you all for watching us here tonight. Here in the LCP, we're made for this. Good night.